to my limit. Studied my craft, so know the past. Don't hold me back, I've learned my lesson. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them out for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like 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 I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more.
Turn up, I wanna feel the bass in my bones. We taking over from your head to your toes. So take a picture, yeah, I'm striking a pose. We're on fire, we're on fire. Loving every minute, every day, every hour. Get this party going, yeah, we turning it louder. We got that energy, yeah, we got the power. You can't hide it, you can't hide it. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. Now are you ready for them good times to roll? Let's take it higher, yeah, just let it all go. We count it off, you feel it deep in your soul. Get excited, you can't hide it. I just can't get enough, no. The rhythms in my body. I just can't get enough, no. The rhythms in my body. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We rolling, hey, we rolling, hey, we rolling, hey, we rolling, hey, we rolling, hey. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher,
My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo. For hours and hours I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago. ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines, I know. Our last trip was ages ago. Ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dream it day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and breaks the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh
let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh. Na 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 na. Na na na
just an illusion. And heads are turning. A rumor has it she's not human. She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of date. You know that later she play it ice cold. Ice cold. And if you get a chance, it's just for her amusement. A 30-second romance. What else were you assuming? She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of date. You know that later she's playing ice cold. Ice cold. Ice cold. Ice cold. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for her. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for her. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for her. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for her. Out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of date. You know that later she's playing ice cold.
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. There's a river near tonight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. There's a river near tonight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.
A day, but not like any other, of course. It's the final play day of the Oceanic Challenger League, not just for this stage, but for the year. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic are the two gentlemen that have been here the whole time, Cthulhu, Proto. We're coming into it, the last play day, the last chance to lock it in for promos and OCS, of course. How are we feeling coming into tonight?
Honestly, feeling slightly sad because, you know, it's the last day of this stage, possibly even this year, and it feels like as if we just started literally like, you know, last day, or sorry, rather yesterday. But look, honestly, it's been a wild ride, and I'm very much happy that I've been part of it.
And Proto, we've got some big matches tonight, of course, but this stage has been a rather eclectic one as well. I mean, it's been a bit all over the place. We've had some interesting results that we didn't expect, and it's not actually locked in just yet. There is still a chance that Circular Spheres could miss out on promo relegations.
It definitely is, provided Get a Grip can make something amazing short of a miracle, and Altered Edge have to beat Circular Spheres tonight. So it's definitely going to have to be a few miracles to come up on the board, but hey, you never know. It could happen.
Well, let's have a look at the standings and see where we find ourselves coming into this evening. Of course, 6 play days through, and this is where we currently stand, a single point separating first and second. So, Get a Grip, if they pull off the win tonight and Circular Spheres fail to, they can just sneak it away. In fact, Circular Spheres, minimum, they need to get to overtime and win it to lock it out. If they, there's a number of possibilities. But Cthulhu, I mean, looking at the results as they stand, this is a rather interesting setup. Nutty Gaming and Altered Edge down, bottom of the table, tied in last place.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it definitely feels like a little bit of an odd one, given that kind of just in general, like compare the expectations that were made at the beginning of the stage to now. It's two completely different setups, but. Yeah, look, Altered Edge being able to just run away from this sort of spot for now is definitely a good showing. But Nutty Gaming and Altered Zealous definitely felt like there was definitely a bit of an unfortunate, a bit of a rough run for them.
Let's go to the schedule, of course, for our final play day here in the Oceanic Challenger League. And, well, you can see it, the big, obvious numbers on your screen. Nutty Gaming receive a victory over Big Dogs, who have forfeited due to PC issues, unfortunately. So it's only 3 matches to conclude the stage. And, well, look, I just spent all that time talking about Nutty Gaming being on the bottom of the leaderboard. Cthulhu, they escape it.
They do, in fact, yeah. The Altered Edge facing a very interesting sort of storyline. If they do manage to pull a miraculous run and, you know, win over Circular Spheres, they escape the relegation. Whereas if they do end up losing, well, that's basically it for the run for the OCL. They will have to play in the relegation as well. But honestly, apart from that, the Altered Zealous versus 1620 Kings could be a good one, and Dynasty versus Get a Grip should also be an absolute bomb burner for us to kick things off with.
Yeah, I mean, that's the matchup that I'm looking to. Dynasty versus Get a Grip LFO. Proto coming into this, I mean, Dynasty, the newest addition. Sealy has really made a home for himself here in the Challenger League. They've been looking better than they have for a while. So Get a Grip, I mean, right to be concerned tonight, do you believe?
Definitely 100%. I mean, especially if we go to a map like Villa, I think Dynasty are going to be in a really good element to do some damage. We've seen them in previous weeks. Yes, Syro has unfortunately had some internet issues that Sealy talked about in the previous Playday, but even regardless of that, I mean, Sealy himself has been carrying a whole lot of weight for Dynasty. So if they come into tonight, no issues whatsoever, I think Get a Grip could definitely be given a run for their money.
Well, let's get on into it, of course. Let's jump into our first matchup. Dynasty taking on Get a Grip LFO to kick us off. Cthulhu, I mean, Get a Grip, one of the longest running teams in this competition, has been through many different iterations. Dynasty, one of the newer teams this year, and both have looked good as of late.
Absolutely. Both teams certainly looked absolutely stunning. I mean, Dynasty pulled off some rather big performances And I mean, with the renewed roster, with Spruce still leading the run, it's been almost a much-needed rejuvenation for Dynasty.
And look, Dynasty may not be able to make promo relos, but I mean, Proto, it's worth remembering we didn't get to see them last OCS. They did not play at all, unfortunately. They auto-forfeited in the first round. This time, though, with the roster that they have and the way that they've been looking, I could only imagine they are showing up to do some damage.
You'd hope. I mean, they could do some damage with the iteration of Sealy. I mean, even just the switch around, they've got the experienced players as well as the young gunners, so they could definitely go far in the OCS, provided they show up this time, Panda. That's pointing at a few people here when I say that, but regardless, Dynasty definitely looking good.
And you see on your screen, coach, now player, now captain Owen for Get a Grip LFO. He's been a real powerhouse in this competition. He's put in some hard yards for the team, whether that's, drop shotting his Blackbeard or, I mean, Cthulhu, he really is sort of just a jack of all trades, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Look, he has a plethora of experience in a variety of fields and definitely knows how to really get the team going. And I mean, for him as well, it's sort of or rather for him and the team, it's been a bit of a Cinderella story in a similar way how, with Chef Jeff's team, it took a while for what now is known as, XK16 to rise up to a much better form. For Owen and ex-Anti-Croston, now known as Get a Grip LFO, this has been quite an interesting run. I mean, stage 1, if you remember, bottom of the leaderboard, just having a very unfortunate run. And then going into stage 2, an absolutely stark difference, contesting for the first place, easily taking out that top 2 position, and nobody else able to really contest with them.
Well, you talked about how massive the map vetoes are, Proto. Let's get into it, and it is Villa locked in. And look at it, Border, Theme Park, Villa were our final 3 maps. Do you think Get a Grip LFO have made the right choice tonight?
I would say yes. I think Villa, while it may be slightly more favouring Dynasty just because they've played it a bit more, and Sealy, especially when he's on the knock, is quite scary. Get a Grip, it fits in their playstyle well. It's a very aggressive map. You can sort of get away with plays like that sort of lean into that hyper aggression. So if Get a Grip can sort of get some early rounds on the bat sort of straight away, and Dynasty obviously are going to be sweating just that little bit, but with Sealy in the roster, if he's allowed to get that Ming or even the Malusi on the roam on the defense side, I think both teams are going to have a relatively good sort of go 50-50 here, if I'm being completely honest.
I mean, there's a lot to play for Dynasty. If nothing else, it's a little bit of ego, being the ones to lock Circular Spheres in Cthulhu. And I mean, look, we know this team. With someone like Spruce at the helm, you'd think that they are well and truly happy to be kingmakers tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, with knowing Spruce, knowing just the team, knowing their own kind of aspirations here as well, going into OCL, they're absolutely 110% just playing kind of almost a devil's advocate here. Look, they could absolutely take it to Get a Grip, and this could be an absolute barn burner, as Proto highlighted. Villa being the map that both teams played fairly thoroughly on a number of occasions. I'm very much looking forward to this.
Well, it's like the cat buff again.
Yeah, cat buff.
Jin is in, ready to go. He's getting the serotonin flowing. And look, unfortunately, Dynasty, they don't really have much like that at the moment. Proto, do you reckon that is the difference maker here tonight?
Definitely. Cat buff, it just speaks levels to Get a Grip. I mean, they're in second purely based off of that, I imagine. Nothing else. None of the skill they've shown each week. It's just the cat, okay? But obviously going up against Dynasty, it's still going to be a difficult game. As we've already sort of talked about, Villa for both teams is a very good map. So I think the bans might even be indicative of what we see. I mean, if Knock goes, maybe even Malusi goes. I mean, something along the lines of could spice it up a little bit, but we'll see momentarily.
Yeah, we are going to be jumping on into it in a second. But Cthulhu, I mean, we've only got 3 matches to play tonight, so the stakes are obviously that little bit higher to make sure that their final Playday of the Challenger League in 2022 is that much more of a barn burner. But I mean, look, that other match, that other third match that we haven't really talked about, it's going to be an interesting one. No stakes, But that one I'm kind of the most excited for because it's Altered Zelios and 1620 Kings, two teams that we both know can have a little bit of fun when the heat is off.
Absolutely so, yeah. Both teams know how to sweat it out. Both teams know how to have fun. I mean, it's still very much etched in my memory now. The AZ game against, I believe it was Nutty Gaming on Villa, where we just seen some of the most wildest strats, wildest setups. And honestly, I'm very much looking forward to this one because I know for a fact there's going to be some rather funny shenanigans to be played out.
Well, Prido, we're about to head on into the map. Give us your final thoughts. Villa, Dynasty, Get a Grip, LFO. How do you think this one goes?
If I had to guess, Panda, and I had to put my money on it, I think Get a Grip walk away with it at the end of the day. Score-wise, 7-5, if I had to say, but definitely more on the heavier side of round count.
Well, Cthulhu, as we look to get on into the map, of course, Vito's just around the corner. And we know there are a number of impactful operators that are going to be available tonight. Unfortunately, you can't ban them all out. And as we get into it, Get a Grip starting on the defense. That could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, this could be a rather curious one, yeah, to me, because yeah, for Get a Grip, they could start things off really quickly in their favor. Nomad to go, that does make sense, given that Nomad has been relatively prevalent in Dynasty's pickups on a number of occasions. Plus, I mean, getting rid of that sort of sneaky flank denial is always great, meaning that the only thing that you really have in your utility side is either Claymores or the track stingers. Second one, look, there's a number of bans that could have came around. Flores was one of them that I was about to suggest, but yeah, it was either Flores or Thatcher or something like maybe even Jackal to be brought out, but Jackal hasn't been really impactful on either side. As a matter of fact, I think it would have been more so kind of, I would have seen some team like AE to really ban out the Jackal. But Azami to go, look, again, makes sense. On Villa, out of all the maps, she is one of the more impactful ones nowadays, and Valkyrie to wrap it all up. Yeah, look, this seems pretty logical, but it's not the kind of lineup of operators that we would see kind of on the regular to be banned out.
Not the most stock standard. I've got a bit of an issue going on, so look, welcome back. We're here, we're ready to go. But I mean, yeah, look, it leaves a lot in the pool. You've still got, like you said, the Jackal, Thatcher's available, Osa is still in play. There's a lot to genuinely be considered. Yeah, Sens as well, they are in play. Not really hyping that one up because everyone just seems to hate them and doesn't want to play them, so...
You say that. We've seen Drift Zone pick up Sens on a couple of occasions, so there is a slight possibility for that to happen. Plus, I mean, with pushes like, say, going from the balcony into the study room and then approaching the AVG, Sens could be whilst a niche operator, but a very impactful one at that.
Yeah, it's I'm just excited to see what they bring to bear. Obviously, Mira as well let through on the defense. True. The Kaid. Thatcher being available means that the Kaid isn't as big a threat, but this is probably, yeah, it's meta, but it's not the meta that we've come to grow and used to on this map, of course. So there's going to be a lot of flexibility available for both these teams. I reckon, yeah, look, it's probably making for it already. It's making for an exciting Villa. That's what I can guarantee. Yeah,
absolutely. You know, Villa should be a good time. It should be good fun for us to watch because, yeah, even Proto mentioned, you know, there's going to be quite a close scoreline, at least in his prediction as well. I would lean to agree with him as well on that sort of time because, look, yeah, Villa, whilst it's an expansive map, it's a map that allows you to, you know, run basically just a great variety of different setups. It is also a very treacherous one because when you spiral out of control in your round count, it spirals really badly. And we haven't really seen a whole lot of teams to be able to, you know, quickly kind of pick up the slack and be able to bring it back. So going into this one, look, I think with Get a Grip to kick things off on the defense, they could start up their own momentum rather nicely, and kind of from there on, second half should be relatively theirs to take. So say if we do end up seeing something across the lines of a 4-2 scoreline in favor of Get a Grip, look, I'm going to be sort of leaning a little bit more towards that, yeah, Get a Grip could really wrap it all up. But if it's a 3-3, then yeah, look, either of the team could really win out this one.
I mean, already my mind is lingering towards the Nook being in play and just how deadly that is going to be for both teams. So, do you reckon we see teams leaning into the trap operators that little bit more? I mean, the likes of the Legion to try and counter that out?
I'm feeling like Dynasty might lean into maybe a once or twice into a Capcan pick. Get a grip, possibly as well, could find themselves something across those lines, or maybe if not Capcan, maybe something like a Legion or an Ella. But again, those will be very much of kind of pocket picks. Say if it's Ella, then we all know that Owen will be basically running the FO12 for himself. But if it's a Legion, somebody like, I feel like 90 Jin would be able to pull it off or get a grip on the side of Dynasty. Look, I'm getting a feeling that for the most of it, the rosters will be relatively locked in terms of their roles. Occasional appearance of a Legion could be good. Capcan could be a decent idea, but it will be all very much situational. If things will be looking a little bit bleak in terms of just the active damage dealing department, then yeah, trap operators 110% will come around, but it will need to be a very dire situation for Dynasty to do so.
I can only imagine that, Cyclospheres will be keeping an avid eye on this matchup, given they themselves not being locked in safe for that promo relegation match. But, I mean, look, there is a lot that would have to go into Get a Grip LFO being the ones to take that promo spot. Number one, Dynasty would have to take minimum a point off them. And then Altered Edge, actually, no, yeah, look, that's what they can afford. They'd have to win tonight. And Altered Edge as well would have to pick up the win. I mean, the likelihood of that, kind of low.
Yeah, definitely quite curious how things will go. But yeah, we finally do get things underway, it seems, as round number 1 does come to fruition. Dynasty actually do end up getting to kick things off on the defense. So looking at the lineup, that's the one operator that we didn't really get to talk about, Panda. Finca, the operator that, brings in the heals, brings in the big guns, brings in the frags, the Gon6, you name it. And with her being actually present, I'm curious how well both of those teams will be able to utilize, because Finca has been launched well and truly into both of these rosters. So say Finca plus Nook, look, I won't be surprised if we will end up seeing those sort of lineups later on in the half.
Yeah, not at all. Right now, it's kind of what you'd expect from a roster. I think the only real standout is River sitting on the Ashe rather than a Zofia. Especially going into an Aviator Games defense. The Ashe is great and all, but you probably want more utility clear, given that there is a Jaeger and a Wemai on the board. But no, River's going to stick it out. Obviously, it's a comfort thing more than anything. And Get a Grip quite happy with how much utility they have available.
I mean, you remember sort of Elevate as well during the Operation League. Sapper was a very avid Ashe user, especially on Villa. With the R4C as well, he was able to fiend it up. The damage output of the R4C, whilst the recoil is still nutty heavy to control, it is still just about as damaging as an AK-12. So for River, the way how I see it, it is a comfort pick. He wants to make sure that he just gets just enough swinging potential, gets enough of that sort of quickness in the play, and the R4C certainly allows that.
Well, Bop, the first to fall, no more Jaeger. Traded back immediately after the nano boost was popped. Flux, does he know if he's in that much danger? Unfortunately, no one following Jin into the building means that there's just window angles to be held for now. Owen gonna send it on in. There is still Flux around the corner. MX4, does he know? Owen plays himself. Not confident enough to take the gunfight. Flux almost finds a third as well. And this is coming together quite nicely for Dynasty. On the defense, I say that Karma will trade him back eventually.
A bit of an unfortunate turnout there for Flux, thinking that the wall will be completely sealed off, but unfortunately that did kind of see to his demise. Already missing out on the two operators, both sides will be feeling a little bit more of a damage. Obviously on the attacking side, you're missing out on the Buck and the Finca. So a lot more problems looking to compound there. With River as well low in HP, things are not looking particularly too pretty.
The swing from Sealy is good. Karma trades him back though, so we are into the 2 versus 2. Somehow with a minute 20 remaining here, Cthulhu. That's the thing that blows my mind. No EE1Ds remaining. Drift trying to burn this utility so he can clear that shield, but I don't know if he's got enough in the pocket. I didn't hear the shield pop, but I couldn't tell. Syro pulled back. They have another frag grenade to come. So they did clear it out. They got the angle onto the zombie door. But you look at it, Spruce still has 2 toxic canisters as well.
Absolutely, yeah. This will have to be a very heavy push, heavy over match as well to try to play around with one of the players with Syro gone. That's the smoke grenades. Now they know about the position of the smoke, so could play off the back of that information rather nicely. Spruce, though, with the FMG9, we've seen how powerful it can be in the right hands. So with him swinging around the 90 hallway, this could be a rather dangerous venture.
1 toxic canister spots a player walking in behind the aviation display, all the way in through study as Drift's getting himself behind the vault door for the plant. Can they line up the toxic canister? I think Drift's is deep enough gone. He's going to stick it. He gets himself just out with a point of health, Cthulhu. And Karma holding the angle, bit of damage traded, but Drift's being alive can play his life here for Karma. And that is absolutely massive. Spruce in a deadly situation. Goes to the rotate towards study. If he catches Karma on the back end, he's going to. Spruce tag, though. All it's going to take from Drift is a bullet or 2. And this is a done deal. The drone there, keeping an eye on him. This needs to be the clock. You need to play the time. Drift, no! Oof. Spruce in with enough time for the defuse. And what a round from Dynasty to bring back.
That was a clean clutch from Spruce as well. You could see just even the whole thinking process, just trying to keep himself mobile, not to get locked in too much. And yeah, look, it all worked out rather perfectly. It is a little bit on Karma as well to not really, have any sort of check onto the 90 hallway as well. But ultimately, Spruce just leaned into this really, really well. And at the end of it all, the clutch comes around. So good start for Dynasty, at least points-wise. The performance-wise, definitely, look, things could have gotten a little bit better, but I think it's not just Dynasty. Oh, Dynasty kind of flogged their whole defense. No. It's more so just the fact that Dynasty has improved a whole lot, so that now they can match with the powerhouse that Get a Grip became kind of this stage. Plus, it's just the fact that it's been continuous sort of back and forth trades. We can't really lean or read too much into it, just given as well that it was the first round, but certainly entertainment value has been found.
Yeah, we always knew this was going to be a bit of a rough matchup. Despite the standings at the moment, Dynasty have looked absolutely phenomenal. Honestly, it's just a shame that it's, taken this long for things to come together. If this had been the Dynasty roster that was available in Stage 1, I reckon they would have been contesting Kraken for that promotion spot.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Although, can't really engage completely as to how powerful things would have been, because back then Kraken, they looked just a little bit almost far too powerful in some of their plays. So definitely, I reckon it would have been a closer game than what we've seen from Dynasty back then. But for time being, I am happy with what I'm seeing, at least from both teams. But in comes the push already. River, I'm gonna be honest, the R4C hasn't really fully paid off, but at least there's a good amount of swinging potential that has been coming in.
Once again, Bop the first off the board. They follow up with a second before losing. Oh, and Sealy spots the back. But unfortunately, it's not enough for the kill. Flux in a bit of trouble. Over towards Memorial right now. Has a bit of support, but limited to no health to work with. The fact that Jin remained alive to get those nano boosts into play. He can pop River nice and healthy later on in the round, going for the pre-fires. These have been some heavily accelerated rounds.
Oh, yeah. Get a Grip, absolutely understanding that on this map against this team, they cannot allow themselves to get stalled out. They've very much been heavily leaning into that sort of play. Perfect vertical play from Drift Zone as well onto Flux, so that clears out majority of the positions. But with Sealy roaming around, he could be an absolute pain to deal with. And, well, Spruce now being basically anchoring on side, things will now be a whole lot more dangerous for him. Let's just say that.
Karma falls to Sealy, and he really could be a bit of a difference maker. I say that of Kirsten, immediately taken out by Jin. And it is now on the veteran, the Spruce Smooth, to clutch it up. He's tucked into pantry. The drone's not scouting him just yet. If he can isolate these gunfights, definitely turns into a workable position. Jin position around China, wants to get himself in. Look at it, they're going for a multi-pronged approach into the site. In fact, it's a triple-prong approach. Spruce, they have to have some idea of where he is.
So with the plan already starting to go down, Spruce needs to get a move on, trying to find his own kind of position, his own stride here. But at the moment, yeah, just too many angles to check, and absolutely gets floored by the LMG at the end of it all. So Get a Grip do definitely get a little bit of a, I guess, around revenge for themselves. But yeah, I gotta say, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Get a Grip in terms of the attack. Very accelerated, like you pointed out, and it certainly looked like they just, not really willing to spend too much time. I think with Rivers, by the way, with Rivers' background as well, this is a little bit of an homage to Sapper as well. So, fairly understandable, but yeah, definitely for Get a Grip, this has been so far a rather impressive change, at least in terms of how they're approaching the rounds here against Dynasty. And it definitely shows that they are taking them very seriously.
Yeah. Indeed. Kitchen dieting on the cards here in the third round, of course. They're going to look to do it once again. But the mirror this time coming into play, looking to try and elevate their defense. But I mean, you think how accelerated that last round was. Dynasty need to bring something a little bit different to slow down this push.
Yeah, well, we were mentioning, the idea of, the trap operators to start being brought out. Maybe not yet, but the introduction of Mirror is certainly an interesting one. Bob fully realizing that, look, maybe a little bit more of a kind of a turtle-like play for him would be a little bit more beneficial. The rest of the team's certainly feeling still relatively confident in their operator picks, reflecting in the fact that, Silly is sticking to Melusi, and Melusi kind of became one of those very crucial operators, especially to get a good indication where the push might be coming from and where could that certain push happen. But right now, yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag of just where Get a Grip wanting to make that push.
Syro still in trophy for now, knows that there's a push coming. Spruce goes for the 1v1 into Laundry, but loses out entirely. Karma walking away from that entirely unscathed. Rather, unfortunately, cannot say the same. Will drop Syro, though, on the reaggress, taken down by Sealy. It's a flurry. Karma on for a second. They've got complete control of the site. Karma over-aggressing into Memorial will fall, though. But look at that. Again, a hyper-aggressive round played into. They can hear the Castle Barricade. Nitro into Pantry. Avoided once again. Bopped and Sealy. In fact, Bopped surviving for the longest I think we've seen so far this match.
Certainly does, and he would have quite a tall order as well on him to keep on holding off. A good crossfire currently being made between himself and Sealy. So right now, a bit of a rotation might be in play, and we do see two people actually sitting around top floor, with Buck, I believe, holding up by the Pantry. So this could be a big brain idea, but Sealy has been so sharp on his swings, it's actually kind of scary with the way how he's been performing. So right now, this will need to be a very definitive kind of play here from Get a Grip if they want to take the site.
Oh, they're all swinging together. Players spotted. Pantry opened up as well. Bot looking for the crossfire. Too little, too late. Sealy knows that Jin is out there. Does he know? There's a player on the breach. Sealy for a triple. Could go for the full deal, but no. Jin shuts him down. It's on to Bot to try and clutch up. The fuser was down. They have that info at least. Sprayed through the feed. Big kill on the drift. Down to the 1 versus 1, but Jin has the health advantage and the mag size to boot. Bot needs to rip the head off cleanly. Can he do it? No. Jin just has the superior gun, the healthier position to play from, and wins the round.
That was, once again, a very close round. Definitely good to see that Dynasty are fighting back as valiantly as possible, but it's just unfortunate that in the early stages, that sort of stigma of losing one or the other player has been a bit of an unfortunate turnout, whether it's Bob, whether it's Spruce in the previous round. Things been just rather unfortunate, and specifically for Spruce there. The swing was good. It was clean. He had the drop as well for a brief moment, but unfortunately contesting against an ARX with a UMP, it's a little bit of a coin toss, a little bit of a dangerous one. But apart from that, we're looking at Get a Grip's sort of performance so far attack side wise, and they've been doing their due diligence. They're making sure that they're clearing out all the immediate areas around the site, making sure that they're nailing their vertical game as well. From there on, it's all relatively smooth going for them. But when it comes down to the actual push to the side, this is where things starting to get a little bit fuzzy. Let's call it that, because you know, with Owen completely forfeiting in the last round his position on the pantry when Sealy swung him, definitely looked a little bit that man was not per se prepared for that sort of level of a wide swing.
Yeah, look, unfortunately it can be a bit tough to contest those, but we head back to the site that Dynasty kicked the map off with, and yes, it was down to the clutch, but it was a pretty impressive clutch for Spruce to be winning out the way that he did. Karma, unfortunately, caught lacking just a little bit in that study hold, but going for the rear tent utility setup, so far, it's as you would expect in terms of the defense.
Absolutely so. Already quite a fair bit of alibi utility does give a decent indication about the general whereabouts. Bopped. I'm trying to play around the red stairs. There's a very concentrated position, by the way, at the red stairs for that moment. But trophy statuary given away relatively scot-free, really. Not a whole lot of hold. And it's sort of showing that Dynasty have learned, saying, yeah, look, we know how aggressive Get a Grip are playing. Let's just keep it a little bit more tame. Let's back up. Let's default back to the side, play around those very fortified positions and make it like 10 times even more difficult to really close off any sort of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, what, first few rounds of play, Bopt gave his life in those positions. I believe that was a Nitro Cell. Sealy gone out of the equation. A big pick to be finding. Unfortunately, the Nitro Cell already having been committed, but Sealy currently leading the frags for his team. For him to be down puts that little extra emphasis on the rest of the crew.
Not ideal indeed, yeah. Swing's coming around. Perfect tap by Cyro. Eliminating so much more utility, so much more play. It's all down to, once again, Driftzone and River to make those set plays. And well, with Cyro down already, Spruce, Flux, and Bop will need to make a very clinical play. And they should be able to close it out rather nicely as well.
Rotating over by Study, so they do get some information, at least on Flux. Cyro stuck in the middle of the site for the moment. Could be dangerous to go for the pickup here, given that, yeah, drones coming through. They are identifying it. All player. No, there shouldn't be any possibility where they get Cyro back if Get a Grip play this one right. River in a bit of trouble. Over-aggressing on his angle. They know that there is very much a line drawn. All the players over towards that Study side and top of main as well. There we go. Cyro bleeding out. One less problem to worry about. But Flux, that's a filthy little angle that he's holding. Bopped as well with the cross. We head to the final 30. EE1D out. And unfortunately, River too deep, pushing through to Study. Drifts has the diffuser, but I mean, he's in a 1 versus 3. Toxic canisters galore. He's going to have to hunt for the kills here if he wants a shot in. For Traces to come through, and unfortunately, Bopped with the cross will give Dynasty yet another round. This time, a much more commanding one.
I'm liking this from Dynasty. They're not over-aggressing whilst even knowing that they have the numbers advantage. They're waiting for those mistakes to be made by Get a Grip and then punishing them off the back of that. Perfect play. And once again, kind of the evolution of those players certainly looking pretty good. Timeout has been requested by Get a Grip, funnily enough, and for understandable reasons. I mean, that sort of round could have gone their way, and yeah, Owen genuinely getting, you know, concerned about this and getting to talk it all out. 90 Jin getting his serotonin back in, but yeah, this is looking, you know, both teams are approaching this as seriously as they can, and it is good to see that, you know, we seeing that sort of progress in both of them.
Yeah, Karma, even look at him. He's definitely feeling it a little bit. I wonder almost what state they came into it, because definitely feeling a little bit rough for the side to Get a Grip. LFO. He's done with his nap. He's ready to go coming into this. I mean, 2-2, it's not the end of the world. Especially given that you are starting on the attack on Villa. One more round, I think Get a Grip are quite happy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We Get a Grip on the attack here. Basically, yeah, a 3-3 would very much do them well. But I think it is more so just about the general approach, because the last round they did get a little bit all, you know, bunched up in the singular position. They did get, you know, rather flustered on a few places, and kind of from there on, it all divulged down back into that sort of almost ranked play, where both of the remaining players, Driftzone and River, had to play a little bit more kind of almost solo style, and well, things didn't really align from there on out. But at least on the side of Dynasty, you know, it's good to see that in their terms as well. They change things around a little bit. They approaching this, you know, carefully, and they know how much of a dangerous entity Get a Grip LFO is. So there's certainly quite some seriousness being involved here.
Yeah. It's a very late setup coming through. Spruce trying to figure out how he wants to, you know, commit to the adaptations on site. Jin pops the nano boost. Karma getting a bit over aggressive on the Ash this time. Sealy holding Toms. Finding that first pick is big, but they lose Flux back. That is one of your 2 Nitro cells out and a player position on the master bedroom door. Things get dangerous here. Owen somehow tanking up shots, tanking up more damage. How is he alive?
Not too sure. Surprised that the smoke of Spruce didn't really eliminate Owen there as well. But regardless of that, Jin continues to fiend himself. Swing comes around
Oh my
clean with it
God.
as well. Cyro gone. Now it's down to the 2 remaining defenders, both actually sitting around the trophy. Could really get overmatched here if Get a Grip does play their cards right and Spruce indeed does fall.
Owen
my
is
Lord.
gone from 0 to 2 frags. Jin is just ripping the side apart. My God. What a round from Get a Grip LFO. And look, honestly, I'm just baffled by how Owen remained alive in that round. Walks
Yeah.
in, gets tagged. Not quite. He was panicking. He had no idea where to go, where to stand to avoid damage. Somehow swings the player coming up Astro stairs and gets the kill, and then finds another one to close the round. I mean, look, composure under pressure.
Oh yeah, composure indeed, yeah. And I definitely have a feeling that Dynasty rewatching this round, if they will, there will be a little bit of an annoyance of just how close they got to eliminating Owen. Because with him gone, that would have been a completely different scenario, with Astro Stairs still being in control of Dynasty and a number of positions being basically unable to be opened up quickly. So yeah, look, unfortunate situation, but I think for Dynasty, they already know how to, you know, just go next. Don't let the previous results kind of get to you. Play out the round-to-round basis. Just make sure that you just doing your due diligence kind of thing. And I mean, you look at players like Sealy, again, a phenomenal introduction to the roster. Flux as well, within the context of this matchup, has been actually doing some really good performance, and the rest of the team slowly trying to, you know, get back on board. Obviously, Bopt and Cyro did get set back quite a number of times, but I reckon in the further stages we might be seeing them, you know, shine and flourish.
Yeah. Nitro pre-placed there from Flux and from Bopt, it would seem. Looking to get a little bit aggressive on the entry to the building as they double down once again. But I suppose it's hard to battle into the overwhelming pressure that 90 Jin, now just Jin, I suppose, is bringing with a 9-2 scoreline and that big LMG nano boost to come through River, covering the Astro window. They're getting so much information. We've seen Dynasty pivot on the same site multiple times now in terms of operator lineups with Sealy. Yeah, look, nice try.
That was a really crisp shot, given that it was, at least from the perspective of Sealy, that would have been literally just a pixel to fire at, and him nailing a good headshot, that was clinical there from him. Unfortunate for Jin to not be able to continue the run. Owen back onto his own shenanigans with the skeleton key, expecting close by presence, but weirdly enough, at the moment, it is very much of a quiet combo for the Storm, you could say.
Oh boy.
Perfect play
Things
there.
potentially getting a bit janky here as the bandit trick not going to be that successful. Flux, you got to respect the attempt, but unfortunately it's not to be. A 4 versus 5 still, with Dynasty having the advantage, but that could change quite quickly. The Gemini going in, hunting for info, will definitely give away the positioning, but no, Owen sticks his head through the breach and loses it immediately.
Yeah. With River as well not really having a whole lot of backup to try to even push Astro, forced to really just hang around the window. So a lot of the position is still yet to be taken, but I have to give it to Dynasty. Yeah, this round so far has been a really good defense, and yeah, there we go. Exactly what I was expecting, really. from that jump in without any sort of backup. It's all down to Drift Zone, and even he cannot do anything. A flawless round to finish up the first half. And Panda, I'll be genuinely honest, this is certainly looking like even a game that could go even to OT.
Yeah. It's going to be, yes and no. I think Get a Grip are heading onto their favoured side on this map. So I think we're heading along the lines of that 7-5 that Proto was talking about. But right now, Aviator game started off Flux, hovering the Sens. I don't think he's going to be the one to bring the Sens into play. But
who would you actually see to bring out the Sens? Because to me,
honestly, I don't see anyone on Dynasty.
See, the thing is, because Sens on Flux actually does make sense to me. And pun not actually intended, but it's still there. But, I mean, you look at what Flux been doing. He's been playing those kind of either roaming positions in the operators like Alibi, and he was there always making that sort of, he was the nuisance player. He would be there, he would be either playing the Bandit or the Alibi, and he would be the one to, just stick out the position. So for him to bring out Sens, whilst yes, it is an unexpected pick, the more kind of you think about it, the more, at least in my eyes, it does make sense. And funnily enough, he will be actually sticking them out. So, whilst the rest of Dynasty lineup,
Actually,
that one is a juicer.
That honestly, the Sens probably the most normal pick in the lineup we're seeing, with a Glass and a Blitz in play. So we've got 2 sets of smokes. We've got the Sens green wall. This is going to be a wild time, and I wouldn't expect anything less from a team like Dynasty. In terms of, positional promos, there's none. There's no chance for Dynasty. The best they can hope for is either set up circular spheres in that spot and Karma taken, bopped down early with an aggressive peak. That is all of your hard breach gone.
Bit unfortunate there for Bob, but unfortunately for the poor man, it's been a bit of a wild ride. By the way, Cyro rocking the curse setup for the Bearing 9. The Russian red dot ends up making Bearing 9 look like the Chunker's DP27. But amidst all of this chaos, it's been already just all over the place. They're already on
They're in the
ABT. They're
side.
going in for the plan.
A minute played, Flux holding things down. Cyro for a great shot into River before being traded. The green wall going to work. They are in close proximity, but Flux wins it before falling. And they've done it. They've absolutely rocked Dynasty's attack. And Drift's buddy.
Drifts. That's a dangerous one.
Okay, no. I'll say it. He deserved it for that shot. The trade back onto Flux was rather clean.
Okay. But, yeah, look, I gotta commend, though, Dynasty. That was a valiant attempt. Because the lineup that they brought in actually looked pretty solid for what it was worth. But, look, unfortunately, things didn't really pan out. Now, this is a lineup that kind of feels a little bit more normal, which will be making a little bit more sense. You have kind of the introduction of the gridlock, and with gridlock, it's basically kind of just the idea of bringing out the alternative to Nomad. Dynasty evidently want to make sure that they can lock down certain positions, certain hallways behind them or in front of them, and to not really give a lot of leeway for Get a Grip to go in for those swings, drifts. I'm gonna be real. I'm not too sure how will that frost mat will work out, but seeing as the general trend with frost mats is just the more silly the setups do look, the better they will work, kind of thing. And look, apart from that, Sealy or Nook, sign me up.
Yeah. And yeah, Flux, I didn't think he was going to stick the gridlock out. As much as it is a great pick to see in play, I just rate that 0 a little bit more, having the extra info, not to mention bringing the claymores and the great gun as well. Oh, that's cheeky. That is very cheeky. The Prisma just behind the frost trap. If they're not aware of it, you're going to be so busy shooting out the Prisma that you're gonna get taken out.
Yeah, this could get rather interesting very quickly. River bringing out the MK14 EBR, looking to make things a little bit more even in terms of the ranged playfield. But with already the LMG starting to go rather hard, Syro getting rid of Drift Zone, that is rather unfortunate there.
River getting played on the bulletproof camera. Oh, and looking to get aggressive. Just jiggling. Look at that study balcony. He's dished out some punishment, but unfortunately, River taken out by the Moose, the Spruce God himself. Karma gets it to work, puts Sealy down. No more Nook to worry about.
Oh no.
Pings, though. The yellow pings. Flux has all the info in the world. He's going to go for it. Syro at range, shot down with a shotgun, but Owen traded back. Unfortunately, the shotgun gods not favoring him today.
Yeah, not really making it work just about as much as he would have wanted. Just a number of really unfortunate circumstances really there for a fair few players. So now down to Karma and Jin, two very able gunners. Certainly the two players that you would want to have in a clutch situation, but against the what feels like now a fully warmed up Dynasty roster, this could be a very tall order, as Jin already got to learn.
Both Jin and Karma are sitting at 10 kills apiece. The ideal players in this clutch situation, holding the line against the site. Syro about to be swung on, and Jin finds two! The spray down hits the head of Bopped and the body of Syro. And all of a sudden, we're on even ground once again. 46 seconds in which to play it. And who would have thought, Cthulhu, that it would have been the spray down from the heavens?
The spray down, yeah. Look, that was a lineup of a dream for Jin there to score. But right now, Flux could very much undo a lot of those things. Swing perfectly snaps onto his opponent and gets rid of him rather cleanly. But now for Jin, he needs to get a move on. If he gets locked down in that position, a simple swing will very much eliminate it all. Argus cams in there. Does he know about the presence of another one? Spruce Moose. Oh, he's clean. Oh, that spray down would have been big, but actually just decides to run away from that completely. Gotta get out, but the plant is starting to go down.
I'm not sure what the impact was, but look, he threw it. Spruce holds down mouse one. Yeah, look, that was around. That was turntables, turning tables. And unfortunately, the AK-12, just the better gun in that situation.
Flux looks like just he was ready to just staunch up the camera itself there in that pose, but look, I gotta give it to Spruce. He just kind of said, yeah, you know what, I know you're jiggle peeking, I know you're a fiend when it comes down to those swings. Look, I'm just gonna hold down the left click and just kind of keep on catching you on your own mistakes. But all in all, this was once again yet another one of those very close, very solid rounds from both teams, and I mean the scoreline even reflects that very case. 4-4 apiece, and yeah, one round we see Get a Grip, you know, bring out something completely new, completely fresh. Dynasty then bring out a perfect counter for it, and it's been kind of a very interesting, well, not a rat race, but it was definitely quite a kind of a back and forth competition, which I'm quite happy to see, because it's not every day we get to see, you know, both teams battling it out at their fullest potential, and the only differential there is just those small either positional or timing mistakes, which, I mean, yeah, we've seen a number of the teams that do sweat it out, but not on a frequent basis, and it genuinely feels like a nice kind of, you know, a nice present as well for us as casters, as viewers as well. But yeah, with Flux going out of the equation, that is a bit of a sizable L handed into him, at least within the terms of this round.
I mean, it's one of the other things. Personally, yeah, do it, silly, go.
It's like, I'll pull the trigger. Don't you challenge me?
Can we get the admins? Sealy quite clearly has walls onto his team there. It's unacceptable. But I mean, I'm just thinking personally, the players in this lobby. Jin, the most I knew him, he looked 2 years ago, was University League. That was the most I knew of him. And now he's in one of the teams that could be promoting to OCN come the next stage, which will be obviously 2023. If they win here in regulation, and Circular Spheres lose, and, well, Sealy going down first, courtesy of River, is exactly what they're looking for, just compounding the losses.
Counting the losses, indeed. Yeah, look, for Sealy was a little bit of a rough one. Not gonna lie. Definitely the player that usually would be the one to pop off, but as it stands, a little bit of a kind of a leveled play. But I mean, I say that you look at the score lines, it's all relatively actually all evened out, plus minus kind of 2 to 3 kills between the whole team. Minus Bopt, who has unfortunately been shut down far too many times in the early stages. The rest of the team has been kind of pushing it all together. Whereas you look at Get a Grip, as you highlighted before, 13 for Jin, 11 for Karma. The closest next one is Drift Zone with 4. So it's kind of a team, or rather a story of two people just going absolutely ballistic at a moment's notice.
Yeah, look how far they've come. The nade from below onto the chassis. Unfortunately, Visara Drifts is sitting on a table, so he's safe for the moment. Karma will fall finally. His reign of terror at an end, courtesy Syro. They're pushing in from Library. Drift takes a bit of chip damage from the follow-up nade, but they've still got the player advantage here to work with. Bot over towards 90. Limited time now. They need to make a play.
30 seconds remaining. Yeah, the push will have to be rather immediate. Both teams fully acknowledging how dangerous things could get turned around. One already calling out that at one of my Astro Stairs is 1. We don't know about the positions of the other two, really, but with Spruce starting to get the breaches rolling, this is where things might start compounding. Spruce just decides to staunch up the Syria gate, but the swing is big, his swing is good. Syro falls. Now, round 9, now in the hands of Get a Grip LFO, as that took a turn, and what a play, what a switch around by Drift Zone as well.
Yeah, very competent defense from Get a Grip to push themselves back into the lead, but I mean, how many times have we seen it traded out so far already? I'm anticipating even a few more times before the end of the map, but Get a Grip, they're in a prime spot to at least guarantee themselves some points.
Yeah. One more round for Get a Grip. If they do end up winning, then that's a clinical kind of turnout at the end of it all, where they scored themselves at least 1 point. Now then get into contention for OT should things take a turn for the worse. But Dynasty, though, is still a little bit further away from that. Still need 2 more rounds. Push it into match point. But at the moment, it's been kind of just them really playing for the catch-up, really. The sort of initial 2-round streak that Get a Grip were able to accumulate to push this to 2-1 scoreline initially, and ended up diverting the general kind of swing of things, where initially was Get a Grip to try to play catch-up. They kind of tuned up their play. From there on, well, the rest is history, really.
Yeah, most definitely. Right now, they are getting themselves set up here in the 10th. Nothing yet early from Karma, but Flux is there, playing
Flux
the
is
gridlock this
expecting.
time. Yeah, they are very much expecting early aggression from Karma, given, I mean, how many rounds now has Flux been punished by it?
Both Flux and Both, really, as a matter of fact. The two teammates of Dynasty just very much being very cautious about how they approach. Interestingly enough, no pressure at all around the study room. Instead, it's a ground floor push, which could be countered here by Owen's presence. But in the same vein, simple swing would very much be the demise of him, and already missing out on a number of rotations. The tense turnout here.
Sealy finds the first onto Karma as well. Sealy traded back immediately by Drifts. And that's the buck off in an Aviator defense. That could be very, very rough to play around Bot. You can see him getting himself onto that study doorway. Looking for the angle with the shield. Flux now picking up the role of the Canadian. Super Shorty not quite as potent as the Skeleton Key, though.
Yeah, it would take a little bit longer of a while to get those vertical angles opened up, but it's still going to be a much needed pressure. While we speak about that, with Syro falling, that is a chunk of ground basically reclaimed now, with Flux needing to basically now worry both about the vertical and him being pressured from a variety of the positions, and it's not looking rather pretty.
Not just that, but they lost the Finker as well. Top fraggers, though, down. Traded back. Jin and Karma off the board. And Owen copping some significant punishment as Bop comes in and clears from study. Drift and River have to hold this one off. The P10 Roni and the MP5. With a minute now to play. Utility there. But the track stickers could definitely throw a spanner in the works.
River might get quite a handful, but that is a beautiful play there by Spruce. Just punch those above the wires and then back away. Still making sure that Karma keeps on... No, not Karma, pardon me. River keeps on questioning that sort of position. But so far, Dynasty has made phenomenal progress to just keep on pushing. Keep that sort of pressure nice and steady. Perfect shot and swing by Flux. It's all down to River.
Big swing, but no. Spruce was there. Flux was prone the team up for the kill. And the angle, a hard one for River to contest, who is having a bit of a rough night, in all honesty. Now, though, tied up at 5-5, we guaranteed maximum regulation at the least. Here in the 11th, though, someone will have to move on to map point.
The ultimate decider to which team will get to secure themselves at least 1 point going into this very matchup. OT is starting to look a whole lot more potent here for us, Panda, between Get a Grip and Dynasty, and we both know that for Get a Grip, for them to even be remotely close in the contention for that first place, they need that 3-pointer, but the moment it goes into OT, that's basically, the chances for that basically gone. So things are certainly looking a little bit dire there. Both teams sweating it out. Both teams really want to, you know, go out with a bang no matter what. More so Dynasty rather than Get a Grip, really, here. Given that for Dynasty, maybe it's just all about just, well, not dignity, but at least showing that, hey, we still a team that could very much be the Kingslayers here.
Yeah, ones that are not to be ignored at the very least. So it's a statement. It's a hell of a statement to be making. And they are doing it quite comfortably. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. I mean, look, Proto's not totally wrong just yet. It's going to be minimum 7-5, but Karma, he's on his shenanigans again.
Karma wants to get really cheeky. I mean, it's been working relatively well for the most of it. Bop. That could be dangerous, and yeah, with the drones coming around, yeah, it's time to go, Karma. Your stay has been well and truly overused.
Sealy, though, in a big bit of danger there. Almost caught from Piano. Adrenal Surge just come through to heal him up somewhat. But you look at that, Jin already having a pretty significant investment in the round. Sealy contesting the red stairs, the main stairs rather, at the moment. Bob's still convinced that Karma is hunting him from that bedroom window. Not to be
like major, just
paranoia.
Yeah.
Justifiable, though. Look at that, though. Karma, he's down in the basement on the lurk. If he can find something there, that would be a huge opportunity. Drifts, though, will find Sarah, you think, off the board first again. And that is rough.
Sarah been, you know, popping off and getting those very impactful frags rather well in the past few rounds. So understandably so, with him gone, things are looking a little bit dire. But certainly with Flux now starting to take quite a fair bit of damage, things are looking a little bit more promising. I say that, though. Celia is just back again to just fiending. Back on the block. The absolute monster that he is back into the swing of things. Bop is already in!
Bop, he had a quiet start, but he's back in the swing. He's found some massive kills here on the attack. Karma, though, on the flank, goes to the pre-fire, gives away his position just that little bit. River trying to cut the site in half. They've lost that positioning now. They were in the site. Have to relocate to try and get the diffuser back in. The health bar's not in the greatest of spots with those drones feeding the info through. In a game of headshots, this is well and truly doable for Dynasty. Holding the shield down, trying to get in a position to recover. But with River sitting in this position on the chassis, there is a lot that could go very, very wrong here, Cthulhu. Last round, they were able to play it, the dual swing onto Classical. They don't have that luxury right now, given how bleak the health bars are. Karma The zombie door River holding it down in the chassis. The push has to come, of course. Talon shield will deploy, given away. Karma falls to Sealy, and that's the headshot they're looking for. Plant, it's been a bait and switch. They're in the other side, of course, on the main stairs.
Ooh.
Somehow, Dynasty pull the round back.
Ay, ay, ay. Get a grip. Suddenly lost the proverbial one. Dynasty now in the swing of things. They're the one leading the run here, the race for the points, and you can see, yeah, that cheeky smile from Spruce. He is happy about that one. He is, very much keen. But the job is not over yet. This could certainly be all still flogged away, but very much so. Well, Dynasty might have just ended up playing the the Kingmakers here, and certainly done a bit of a favor for Circular Spheres, but it's not over yet.
Oh, but it's a blow.
It is a blow, yeah.
Not the full points that Get a Grip were needing. Now this gets a bit dicey, but look at that. Cthulhu Drifts bringing the Thunderbird, identifying just how close some of these fights are getting, and the spares 15 to boot. But it's that slow and steady methodical play that Dynasty has utilized to get themselves to this point. Look, I hate to be, the harbinger of bad news, but I'd almost be, that's it there. I don't think Get a Grip are going to be able to make it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, things are definitely now very much bleak for Get a Grip. But at least, look, at this point, just make sure that you just jam it all out. Just play it on the, play to win, regardless of, the outcome at the end of the day. Because second place is, whilst, yes, obviously not the first, you're obviously not getting the opportunity to promote there. But, I mean, that is a sizable, improvement compared to what we've seen from this roster back in Stage 1. So, for what it's worth, at least in my eyes, the way how they've performed this stage is already a dub.
Yeah, most definitely. Karma taking some punishment from the library. Don't believe he has many Kona stations, at least not in a position where he can get to quickly. He would have to make his way back to the site, which he's been cut off from the main door. So he's okay, yeah, he's making the rotates. Hopefully, the team is covering him with the audio. Can he sneak his way out? Yes, he can, it would seem.
All right.
Jin there to cover as well, and he should be able to find some Kona stations.
Well then, okay. That was a bit of a getaway play there by Karma, and yeah, there's the full run back to full HP. And yeah, the drifts with the refresher of the ability as well coming in. This is definitely a drastic change that, Get a Grip fully acknowledge that, hey, something needs to change. We can't really play our usual playstyle anymore, the one that we kind of instilled at the beginning of the second half. But definitely, yeah, the introduction of Thunderbird, you pointed out this perfectly, Panda. It's basically now became a necessity that is needed. River spotted, now has to fall back. Once again, the timing so far have been perfect, but I say that no way Syro actually just backs away. Oh my lord. We go from a highly organized, you basically miss out on the majority of those, those swings, or rather, sorry, you're not missing out on those swings, to now 2 players that were able to just run away scot-free.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
That's a problem.
Owen, get out! You're in trouble! Drifts finds the first though, and the second goes the way of Karma now. Nice and healthy. Drift's taken down by So. They know that Owen's here. They know that Owen's tucked in. Do they know he's under the window though? They are so heavily focused on his position. The last 2 players remaining. Flux and Bot here. Bot's going to go for the smoke, trying to cover. They know where these players are. The jump in. It was covered there. Bot on the hunt. The shotgun is not enough. And big damage out onto Bot. Flux as well going in. This is still workable, crazily enough, right now for Dynasty. They might just close this one out here. Big shots on River. That Kona station is almost ready to go. Flux on the swing. Bot down. It is now Flux alone with 8 seconds remaining. We are going to be heading to overtime. A consolation kill traded out by River, of course. And we're going to OT. There's still a hope. There's still a chance it's alive.
Chances certainly are alive, but yeah, overtime upon us. Definitely bringing us an absolute treat. I'll be honest here, Panda. This has been the most so far enjoyable Villa that I got to see in a long while. Usually we end up seeing, just keep on swinging at each other. It's just kind of one of those duels that just both teams going, nah, heck you, nah, heck you, nah, heck you. This one is just, it almost feels like a chess between Get a Grip and Dynasty. And it's one of those rarities that I'll keep on saying, yeah, this has been really nicely kind of organized now with Get a Grip again, once again, going for that change. Owen bringing out the M1014 Pulse, very heavily leading into the ability to be able to, one, reshape the site, two, being able to change the kind of the angle of the engagement as well. Playing for that vertical game could be crucial here. And we were, talking before as well about the performance, kind of saying, oh yeah, Karma and Jin being, the big performers. Slowly but surely, Drift Zone crept up to that double digits role now as well. 10 to 8, whilst not as flashy as, say, something like Jin's sporting, but it's now showing just how much effort been put in by him.
Something potentially coming, of course. 2 rounds on the defense for Get a Grip. 1 on the attack for Dynasty. I mean, 3-3 halves. It's really anyone's guess how that one plays out. Of course, Owen aggressively in the laundry with the cardiac sensor and the shotgun. He's looking to head outside. I can already feel it.
Yeah. Oh, Sealy. This is looking to be a double push. With Spruce gone, though, that is the last operator that you want to see out of the equation already. Full send is there. Karma is outside.
Yeah, Karma's outside. He's in trouble. No,
Right
he's
then.
not. He's fine. He's getting out. He spots the
you were
players,
saying.
though, coming up from the basement. Yeah, look, ambitious. Ambitious swing. Unfortunately, it's also ambitious for Bot, who goes drop. It's chaos across the board. Jin out as well, but you've lost your Dockerby, your Lion, your Ying, and your Sledge as well. River in the right place at the right time. Cthulhu, barring a miracle from Cyro, Get a Grip. We're about to push on to Matt Point here in OT.
Jeez, okay. Well, we went from it from a scoreline that basically looked like Dynasty could, crack at any moment, but interestingly enough, actually already calling in the timeout, they know how impactful this win could be. Owen basically now tracking Cyro. For Cyro, he's happy to just relax there. Yes, the frag grenade comes around, but ultimately this is just there to kind of, to talk it out, to figure out the plays, figure out what needs to be done, have a little bit of an extended talk, maybe between the players until the coach mic gets unmuted, at least to my knowledge. But yeah, this has been a very kind of neck and neck kind of game, and Spruce and the rest of the team fully acknowledge that. But I say that Dynasty, Cyro with 50 seconds, if he executes his play perfectly, it would have been a run, but a C4, a 3-pointer from Owen basically says no.
From downtown. That's the whole reason that there was that opening at the top of the wall. Oh boy. It's yeah, look, it was about as well to plan as they would have liked. But there you go. Why would you not? And the pause to come through from Dynasty Cthulhu. There's 2 rounds maximum left in this game. Dynasty need 2. Get a Grip need 1. The possibilities. I mean, look, you're talking about the potential to make promo relegations and not. It's insane.
Oh yeah, pressure is definitely there on both ends, but getting a good talk about it is definitely a good time right now for Dynasty. And I mean, they've been in that similar position before, where it was the 5-4 sort of scoreline, then got evened out, then Dynasty pushed this into their own kind of ground. So look, I wouldn't be surprised if Dynasty kind of pull off that sort of push yet again. They especially the timeout buff that usually comes with a number of teams. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if they just end up pulling out an absolutely phenomenal win out of their hat. But remembering how pretty well organized Get a Grip were on the attack, also wouldn't put it past that this is where we just are going to see the conclusion of the matchup as well.
Yeah. Dynasty defense on Aviator Games. Jin on the thinker. I mean, you talk about standout performances. Jin, this addition to the roster, has been quite a welcome one. Karma as well, newer to the roster. I mean, you just love seeing that new blood injected into the Oceanic Challenger League and the success that they can find because of it.
Yeah, the new talent kind of been big, been good in a number of occasions, and that sort of almost maturity has been a very pleasant thing to see, where, you know, players like, even you look at Karma, you look at Drift Zone, the players who either had a bit of a quieter performance or quieter appearance in the previous seasons, or just were put on a bit more kind of simplistic roles, now been exploring far more, you know, thorough approach, far more utility-based approach on some of the plays, while still being able to maintain their fragging ability. Same applies here for Dynasty as well. I mean, Spruce done a huge, phenomenal work on the roster.
Yeah, most definitely. Look at them already aggressing towards the site itself. They want to clear out the shield that Celia is now utilizing. But Bopped there playing red stairs. You've got the lurk down to the basement from Flux as well. There are still a lot of steps Get a Grip need to go for to be able to safely execute onto the site and go for this plant. But Flux on that roam could definitely intercept and upset.
Flux, yeah, on Alibi, he was that big linchpin on a number of occasions. Seeing how he usually performs very well and very frequently, that could be a big player to really make that sort of tide swing. But with Jin getting rid of Sealy, that is another very big performer out of the equation, which opens up the ground to actually push into the 90 hallway. But Bob, he's about to be pressured, but has the potential and the perfect ability to swing actually on the 90 hallway, with Flux actually backing him up from below.
1 for 1 so far. Two standout players. Jin wants to clear the shield, but it's eaten, unfortunately. Missed opportunity there. Cyro doesn't quite spot the pixel as Drift is moving up. The Chimera duo trying to gain control of this landing position. Drifts might be in trouble if Boff decides to swing that. The Gone 6 eaten again. So they have now River to try and make it work. Jin finds the finisher, but will be finished by Cyro. The tap to the head again. 3 versus 3 here. Cthulhu with 46 seconds remaining. Drift is in the site. Might be able to go for the plant attempt here. Clears the Banshee out. Clears out some of that utility. Is calling for the support right now. They've got a crossfire in his position. If he can find the angle behind his shield, he might just be able to get that defuse down. Toxic Canisters, one in hand. Shots on from Cyro. River finds the kill onto Spruce. They might just turn this one around here. Cthulhu, this might be possible, but Owen falls. Down to the 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds now remaining. Drift not in a salvageable spot just yet. One more Toxic Canister. No Toxic Canisters in play, so you almost want to get him in behind that vault door. Cyro just biding his time. They need to go for the plant here. They don't have time to mess around whatsoever. Get in, go for the plant and Drift. No, that's not the spot. That's not the spot you want to be planting. 1 kill, 2 kill. And we're going to max OT.
Perfection in holding. And yeah, this round well and truly was looking to be like it could have gone into the hands of Get a Grip. But that sort of mistake, yeah, going for the plant behind the chassis rather than behind the door, and ended up costing a lot of the position. But again, in terms of that, can't really, you know, make that sort of black and white kind of call where it's which one is the, you know, the favorable one, because they didn't know whereabouts was, you know, the second player holding, where Flux would be, you know, playing around if he held the position at that crossfire towards the door. So yeah, look, in the heat of the moment, certain mistakes were made. From our perspective, obviously things are much clearer, but when you behind sort of that sort of screen, when you're actually in the server, things do get rather heated in terms of just the general decision making. So here, yeah, like you said, final round. Dynasty been pushing Get a Grip LFO really well, and I have to say, for Get a Grip, look, whilst their development has been good, I think Dynasty now hit that full evolution for themselves. We've been talking at the beginning of stage, you know, who could be that sort of the top 3 contenders. We've, you know, outlined Circular Spheres. After day 1 and 2, we're outlining Get a Grip. We didn't know who next would it be, or who could be the one to play for those sort of upsets. At least in my eyes, I think we may have found that third team. Dynasty finally found their sort of identity here, and it's been good to see.
Yeah, look. Also, noted Fluxus, also a bit of an intellectual, given his drink of choice. We won't shout it out unless they decide to sponsor us, but that's a different issue entirely. Final round to play. Sealy already tagged up. If they want to commit an adrenal surge to get him healthy, that could be one less adrenal surge that they don't have later on in the round. The momentum there, though, for Dynasty. This defense has to be on point. And I think a lot of that starts with Jin and his ability to frag out.
Absolutely so. Jin would have to go big here. So is Karma, so is Dripzone, so is the rest of the team, really, of Get a Grip LFO. This one is where it all matters. Each and every frag will matter. Each and every second drained will matter. And you look at that straight off the bat already. Quite a whole lot more reserved kind of play from Get a Grip's defense. A very kind of withdrawn sort of play to come around, but still plenty off the roam. Dripzone bringing out the Capcan that we mentioned at the very beginning of the map. Only now it's being brought out as seeing as it's more so actually Get a Grip that are missing out on the information utility. Oh, not information, sorry, damage dealing utility.
So, long range nade onto that statuary door across the landing, of course. But Jin, this camera is huge. Unfortunately, you cannot EMP a frag grenade. Sealy, very tagged up right now. Tosses in his own nade, contests from the red stairs. That was ambitious, unfortunately, missed opportunity. And it's almost like a match of dodgeball once again. Lines of the sand, Nitro goes out, but a missed opportunity. That could have been big, but no one there contesting the site just yet.
Slightly further C4 towards sort of where Bopt was, that would have been a completely different turnout, but as it stands, at least in the health department, Get a Grip are winning, but 37 seconds, this is absolutely looking to be an absolute bloodbath, Panda.
One tucked in the walk-in wardrobe. I'd have to imagine that's probably Owen ready to go. No, it's Drifts, in fact. Tucked in with his SMG. Spots the opening. Doesn't give away his position, though. Doesn't even shoot out. The Selma charges Jin. Binds one. Bop to fall. Sealy in trouble as well. Owen, massive kill. Spruce falls. It's all on Flux to clutch it up. Cthulhu, a 1 versus 5 to make it happen. Not to be a flawless round to close it out. 2 points. Not the full 3, but technically it is still possible.
Oh, the cat buff is good, yeah. This celebratory dance as well. But yeah, look, Get a Grip definitely were challenged and contested up to the very last moment. But my God, what a play, what a turnout from them, and a phenomenal, you know, conclusion to the final round of the match.
I mean, not a match that you would have expected from Dynasty after last stage, but this stage they have looked good. We welcome you back, Proto. You were sitting in the wings. What did you make of it? You called the 7-5, but unfortunately they were keen to go a bit longer.
I mean, yeah, 7-5. I knew it was going to be a long one, but all the way to the maximum 15. I mean, what a treat. Definitely a matchup. I mean, as you guys were sort of highlighting, I think Dynasty is definitely shaping up to be one of those teams that's going to be looking to contest some of those top spots going into the next sort of set of play days that we see in the future. But albeit a great way to kick the night off for the final play day.
I mean, not just that, but Cthulhu, you think OCS just around the corner with a performance like that from Dynasty? I mean, last OCS, let's be perfectly honest, only one team from the OCL actually made it into the top 8, and that was Circular Spheres. I reckon Dynasty have a decent shot.
Absolutely. Dynasty have a really solid shot with the way how they've been, you know, developing, with the way how they've evolved over the whole span of stage 2. Absolutely, they looked like a team that could really push OCS now.
Well, look, a man who has been putting in the hard yards for Get a Grip LFO. Owen, going to be joining us for an interview, of course. The last one of the stage. Owen, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here on the final play day. The dream is still alive by a single point. How much faith do you have in Altered Edge to give you that promo spot?
Look, I've got a keyboard for Malachi right here. If they win, this is his. This is his. Like, I built it, this is his. Like, if they win, we get in, this is his. Like, it's a very nice keyboard. Hong Hobby 60 with kiwis and very nice little weed caps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. This is how little faith I have, by the way.
So, look, I mean, going into this matchup, Dynasty really got you guys a little bit pressed on a number of rounds. Was it kind of the expectation going into this matchup that it would get this close, or was it more so just you guys just tried to take this kind of on more so round by round basis? Because there was quite a number of adaptations coming from you guys.
Honestly, we expected them to be a rough team, of course. But yeah, River and I were just role playing like that entire game. Like River picked up at the end, but like I was just on another planet. Like I don't know what I was doing. Like that was a terrible performance from me. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on.
And when it came down to the map videos, obviously Dynasty have been doing pretty well on Villa as of recent. How come you picked Villa over Theme Park, given the choice? I mean, what was the choice there?
Chef Jeff, he after last week's game, he did the vetoes and bans to me, and I'm just like, all right, we're playing Villa or Skyscraper, and they're gonna ban Azami on us. So we were pretty well prepped for that, thanks to Chef. Yeah.
Why, of course, it's always Jeff, isn't it? Why would it be anyone else? But Owen, look, it's been an absolute pleasure to see you guys play this season out. You've looked awesome, let's be honest. Minimum top 2 is something that you can't sneeze at. You've got OCS coming up around the corner. I mean, how are you guys feeling about that, given that I don't think we got to see much of you last time?
Not too great, because like OCS, we've always got some pretty important absences, because it's on a Saturday and stuff, and I'm pretty sure for this week, it's River's going to be out, and we're still not sure whether we can play in that yet, so we'll have to see.
Oh, come on, surely whatever River's got going on isn't nearly as important as taking down OCN teams. But look, Owen, before we let you head off, is there anything you'd like to shout out here on the last play day?
Big shout out to the boys over at KGM. They've been doing our warm-up scrims for the entire split, and they've just been awesome at getting us prepared throughout the ice split. That's about it. Thanks, guys.
Well, look, we've loved having you this season. We'll look forward to seeing you in the future, of course. An absolute character. See you later, Owen. Look, it really has. I cannot understate how impressive a journey it has. Cthulhu, you and I have been there all the way. I mean, since the start of OCL itself, this roster in one form or the other has been on the grind, putting in the hard yards, and I mean, to see that sort of come into fruition, minimum top 2 here in Stage 2.
Oh, absolutely. It has been a phenomenal, evolution for Owen's roster. For Owen himself as well, look, yeah, today may have been a bit of a quieter one for him, but in general, I mean, even as a solo player, he has evolved quite thoroughly. So, look, honestly, massive congratulations to Get a Grip LFO. As a roster, they have done some huge improvements, and I can't wait to see them next time, really, to see how well will they be able to perform and how far would they be able to sort of push the envelope for themselves.
Well, gentlemen, 1/3 of the way done. When we come back after the break, we get to see, is the dream a reality? Will Altered Edge help Get a Grip LFO make that promo? So, will Malachi get his keyboard? We won't know until we come back after. We'll see you guys back very, very soon.
My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. For hours and hours I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo.
Back in after our first match reaches double overtime. Get a grip, still keep the dream alive, gentlemen. But Cthulhu, there is one more match that needs to be played out to see whether or not the dream is a reality or just, well, a nightmare if we're being honest with ourselves. Match 2 of the evening, Altered Edge taking on Circular Spheres. Now, look, this would be a stretch given, you know, what we've seen out of both teams so far this season. But final play day, anything is possible here.
Absolutely so. Everything could be possible. I mean, AE getting that much needed sort of confidence boost from some of their previous matches, plus, you know, now having the incentive from Owen as well. They would do their best, but looking realistically at it, it will need to be a rather thorough, almost a throw from Circular Spheres, I'll say that.
Yeah, look, I think that's not far from the truth. Playday coming in this matchup faulty for Core. It seems that has come to fruition by the end of the stage. Their last win was via forfeit. Technically, they were in a position to win it, but look, the possibility that they get an actual outright win, what do you reckon?
Low. Brutally honest, low. As Cthulhu summed it up pretty much perfectly, if Circular Spheres lose this, they're throwing. Top team versus the bottom team for the longest time. Not the bottom currently at the moment, I do believe. Question mark, I might be wrong. But, yeah, there's no way, feasibly, that Circular Spheres walk away with this with an L unless they're deliberately trying to walk away with an L. So, let's hope that that's not the case.
I mean, it's not an outright situation, of course. It would need to be a win in regulation for Altered Edge, for Get a Grip LFO to make that promo spot. Even if it goes to overtime, Circular Spheres will take it on the head-to-head here, Cthulhu. So, do you think maybe Circular Spheres might come into this just a little bit less than full strength, looking to have a bit of fun, maybe?
in some way, I want to agree with you here, Panda. But I mean, remembering the old words of the resident maverick of Circular Spheres, they're looking to, pay respects to each one of the teams. They're looking to prepare as much as they can. Given that, obviously, yeah, it's not fully locked in, and yes, Japer has been getting a little bit, lippy in chat saying that the dream is very much dead for Get a Grip. Going to Chalet, I feel like Circular Spheres have picked the very right sort of map for themselves to go smash it out. But yeah, the chances of the win for AE are low, as unfortunate as it is, and as much as I hate to say it. But for Circular Spheres, yeah, something will need to go colossally bad for them to completely lose it in regulation. And at least in my eyes, if AE do end up winning, it is looking to be on an overtime.
Yeah, look, it is a rather interesting prospect to behold, but Proto Bank was banned out there by Circular Spheres. It wasn't like the cleanest win over Dynasty, but do you reckon that was warranted? Do you reckon that they've made the right choice in going Chalet over Bank?
Probably. While yes, Bank was a rough win for Altered Edge with some issues for Dynasty that may have been out of their control, we do sort of throw back to the Playday, I believe 2 before the time they did win Bank when they versed Big Dog. It was a 5-1 half in Altered Edge's favour. So they are a team that is quite proficient on Bank. So probably going to Chalet is most likely the best choice overall, given that it is a map that I would arguably say Circular Spheres have probably had more experience on as a competitive team at this level. So probably the best choice ultimately at the end of the day. You like to throw it into the mix as well. Chalet is always good fun, so we'll see how Altered Edge get in with it.
Yeah, definitely exciting stuff, of course. And the map just around the corner, Chalet, Cthulhu. I mean, at one point we were the Oceanic Chalet League. It feels like this map has fallen off in terms of preference just a little bit.
Well, yeah, to a certain degree, kind of a lot of teams ended up overplaying it. It kind of ended up becoming that sort of a meta map pick for a brief moment. But with the meta changes as well, things definitely did evolve in that sort of way. So, look, definitely keen to see now Chalet back into the swing of things.
Well, I'm going to go take a break. Gentlemen, please take it away. Take us to Chalet.
Oh, we're going to miss him. We really are momentarily, but he'll be back in the near future, Cthulhu. We head on into Chalet, a map that we haven't seen too much of this stage, but regardless, it's here, we're ready, and accepting. Spheres versus Altered Edge, starting things off, as always, with the bans. Altered Edge on the defense to start. I mean, an attacker-sided map, I guess we could argue, but as you said, with meta changes, I don't think that's necessarily the case anymore with Chalet.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the Spheres, they have been kind of, working on their own performance. Obviously, they've a few matches before been a bit of a wake-up call, you could call it. So, definitely understandable with the way how, things certainly been evolving, and with the way how things been, generally going towards. Looking at the ban phase, Thatcher, Flores to be, rocked away. Definitely does pave the way of kind of an idea that both teams just don't want to deal with that sort of, with the ease of breach, with the ease of riddance of a number of bits of utility, obviously with Twitch still being present. Things are looking still rather prospecting, but one way or the other, this is going to be a little bit more thorough for the attack to, get rid of some of the breach denial. Altered Edge, though, getting rid of Alibi. Now that I'm actually curious one about, because with, Valkyrie, understandable. Valkyrie is a very heavily impactful operator on basically any map that involves any remotely even bit of verticality. But with Alibi, that is a big one, given just how much Circular Spheres back on their defenses to use and abuse Alibi.
That's a goof target ban, if ever I've seen one. That is 110% a goof target ban. He is an avid Alibi enjoyer, but at the same time, so is Crimstar. So I guess it's really whoever wants to bust it out. But at the end of the day, not going to be busted out at all in this matchup, given that it's banned out. So just as we go to get into round number 1 here, I wouldn't say there's anything out of the ordinary that necessarily catches our eyes straight away. Maybe the Amaru from Krim, but in saying that, it's something we've seen him play it a lot. So yeah, as I said, nothing really out of the ordinary whatsoever here. But Circular Spheres, no dedicated hard breach as of right now.
Not yet, yeah, and while Jip is swapping around to Nook, assuming that it is going to be a secondary hard breach in his hands, but curious that Crimstar actually decided to opt out of the Amaru. Yeah, you've mentioned this before, he has been kind of seeing quite a fair few performances with the operator, but he's actually one of the few people that actually managed to, you know, put a little bit more thought into the Amaru pick. So it's not just the kind of a simple YOLO in through the window and just kind of keep on swinging. It was a very kind of coordinated, very much part of that sort of general idea of Circular Spheres, of having that very organized, heavy aggression to come out from them, especially on the attack. So with Amaru at least not yet being brought out, Crimstar could be still a very deadly entity. The L86 arguably is one of the more stable guns you could ever find in Siege, and well, certainly could do a lot of damage.
Indeed it could. A quick entry here from the Spheres. We saw Jappa leading the charge downstairs. He did have live drones onto Faulty, who has sort of rotated off that hard support role that he has been playing for Altered Edge so far, which is probably going to be a good thing for them, given that he is a very avid fragger. Sort of more along the lines of a flex player if we had to pick, but Malachi making a very risky cross there at the top of Mezzanine, takes a considerable amount of damage, but it's actually Malachi to find the opener. Physics goes down, and with that, Altered Edge kick off the match with the first kill going in their favor.
Goof's grenades are being eaten up here as well. The protection of the Mezzanine position has been rather big. I say that the moment I very much say that, Malachi gets absolutely shut down. Faulty falls as well. AE been put in a bit of a back foot, but with that sort of tap by Voon onto Goof, things do get evened out a whole lot more thoroughly. So now, question for AE is how thorough or how flexible and mobile can they get with their plays?
Well, it's going to have to be pretty mobile, as 3 more kills come since the first, and we move into what could be the last moments of this round very soon, as Circular Spheres is setting up for an execute. The drone's coming on through. Jappa ready to act on the information at a moment's notice on the knock with a silent step. Does indeed look to maybe walk in here. Indeed he will. Spots the player inside of stock, but can't land the shots. Hasn't connected for that kill, allowing Altered Edge to regain some positions back upstairs as Hamio comes on round. He finds Krim. Doesn't get the second though. The player has jumped out and moved on. Geordie will take the player in stock out, but on the vault through Voon finds him there. It's all up to Japo. We'll find one. Hamio upstairs though leaves him in a 1 versus 1 with plenty of time and good utility.
Indeed so, but Hamio's already getting pressured. They know about his position. The second frag grenade would have been deadly if it was a little bit more cooked there, but Hamio being left on barely a whole lot of HP does even out the playfield. 1v1 could certainly make things a whole lot more interesting, a whole lot more fun. With 15 seconds remaining, the push from the coat hanger comes around. The push is there. Oh, Hamio does nail the shot at the end of it all. Unfortunate for Circular Spheres. The round didn't start the way how they wanted, but it definitely felt like it was a pretty much still very well-paced kind of round on both ends.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Altered Edge opening it up with a kill upstairs on Mezzanine. Malachi, arguably, I would say, getting pretty lucky, allowing to cross on over there by Goof. He almost found that kill, but given that Warden is a little bit chunkier than the average operator, he was able to take a little bit more brunt before going down, and ultimately then found a kill for his team as well, so put Altered Edge in the driving seat a little bit. And then they sort of fell off pretty quickly. Got a couple of extra picks on the way out and sort of just played for the man advantage, and it worked out. I mean, in the end there as well, Hamio, really good read onto the rotate there from Japer, and ultimately panned out for a good round for themselves. Kicking it off on the defense with an opener, you really can't complain too much if you're Altered Edge.
Absolutely so. I don't really complain at all, but in how will the rest of the match will really go on, because if if this is the kind of pace that we get to see between AE and Circular Spheres, I'm definitely going to be excited to see how all this really, you know, develop. Because obviously for Altered Edge, it's been a bit of a kind of a learning curve just in general, the whole stage. Whereas for Circular Spheres, it's been kind of a road of confidence. But it's more so now a lesson of gauging how much confidence can you be allowed, because AE now starting to utilize a little bit more, you know, guerrilla kind of strats with some of the players, with the spawn peaks to come around, trying to kind of catch that early momentum. But all of those are relatively, you know, kind of one-time use and then dump kind of strats. So how many of those quote-unquote pocket setups does AE have is, I guess, going to be the main question here.
Well, that's for sure. One thing, Voon's taken a lot of damage off the get-go. Not too sure who that was from, but regardless, he's not looking too healthy as he does push away from the bar side of things back over towards Kitchen, and Circular Spheres once more have a very quick entry into the building, albeit haven't really found too much in terms of frags, but have some good control. They've got library, they have main lobby, all the way down to the bar as well, but they do have presence on blue stairs that they are going to have to be aware of, and as I say that, Voon, from those blue stairs, will find Crimstar, maybe even a second here, but no, the player walks out and he goes down. The trade is there for Spheres.
Well, Physics getting nice and clean with his push, looking pretty solid, at least in the confidence department of his own swings, looking pretty clean and all. But yeah, with Crimstar missing, that's the beautiful ARX, that's the frag grenades out of the equation. Still, thankfully for Circular Spheres, there is one more ARX user. That is the Nomad of Jordy. So should be able to still do quite a lot of work. A lot of the utility clean coming around. Malachi getting flustered as well there. Not looking particularly too pretty, but do we see that sort of push happen right now?
Indeed we might. The wall opens up. It's a 4 versus 4, but AE on the rougher side, I mean, missing some health on a couple of operators, albeit nothing too desperate. Circular Spheres have plenty to work with here as the breach is open. A minute is plenty of time as long as they can find a kill to open it up.
Cameo falling as
There you
well.
go.
Yeah. Momentum might just get a little bit halted, but surely the 3v4 is still very much doable here.
Getting aggro, but Japer, he's tapping away. He finds the head of Cloud, and the flashbangs now from Geordie to come. The Nomads are there to cover the cross, but Malachi still holds this insane position by Piano. The bomb's starting to go down. Geordie has to be careful, but he's taken down by Faulty from somewhere. Downstairs, still uncleared by Spheres. Geordie does find Malachi, but at this point, they have to move into the site. It's Physics to take Cameo down very quickly. The position that Altered Edge had for themselves dwindles. Faulty the last alive in a 1 versus 2. Physics and Geordie need to make it happen, but shooting those shots gives him away. Physics now aware of the position. Geordie will be able to get the diffuser down, sending us into a post plant. Faulty in the 1 versus 2 has a lot of work to do here for Altered Edge.
A tall order for the man himself, trying to make it all look as cleanly as possible as well. 30 seconds to boot, and well, a lot of angles to contest, a lot of long angles as well. That will be rather difficult to play against the 2 times and the 1.5 times scope as well. But Faulty peeking that doorway with his back turned to it would have been a little bit dangerous. But yeah, too many angles now set up, and basically 0 time to get the diffuser rolling. And yeah, there's the jump in, there's the finisher. So unfortunately too much time done. But yeah, look, if not all, but I gotta give props to, you know, the confidence of just pushing that sort of doorway with the back turned to it.
He's hit the moonwalk out of Piano. He had some Thriller playing there, but either or, I mean, the shot wasn't hit, so he lived through it. Physics, unfortunately, not able to connect for the 1 tap, but you know, style regardless, he made it out without dying, so there's that at the end of the day, Cthulhu. But yeah, Altered Edge, unfortunately, not able to find their second. They're in such a good position too as well, had they not aggressed out of their spots. I mean, Geordie, highlight there for that round, just holding that cross, making sure that Physics had the maneuverability that he needed to get into the site and do the job he had to do, and indeed they did it, finding themselves their first round on the attack for Chalet, and ultimately giving themselves a bit of a leg up here.
Very much so. They kind of returned to form by Circular Spheres, especially after that first round. Kind of the jitters sort of subsided there. And Yeah, they managed to execute it rather well, albeit a few bits and moments there were a little bit sketchy, but good to see that things certainly came back to it and we're back into the general kind of idea of that, you know, Secular Sphere is looking to kind of regain their mojo in sort of in terms of that sort of play. But now going into the lineup checks for AE. Now with the introduction of Hamio for Azami, we've seen kind of a bit of a mixed bag sort of appearances for the Japanese operator, who is still very much of a, you know, a meta changing one, Proto, and very much of a operator that can you know, change just the general shape of the battlefield. But more so nowadays, she's been kind of used to kind of go play on the go. So would it still be kind of applying here for Altered Edge with the way how they've been playing? Would Azami be a good play here? Is still kind of staying a little bit of a, I guess, a mystery to me.
Yeah, given this sort of style we see from Altered Edge, I would maybe be expecting the Castle, more or less, in this one of the Azami. I mean, Castle probably fits in a little bit more on this map as well. We've seen him before sort of fit into that spot. And I mean, they don't even have an Azami barricade at Piano. So, an interesting choices all around, I really suppose, from Altered Edge. But Circular Sphere's making quick work of whatever is going on the top floor. They've got the wall opened up and plenty of bodies around to start making plays towards the office side.
Indeed, already swing rather ambitious, but Japa shuts it all down pretty quickly. The breach being now opened up pretty well. Oh, the opportunity there is just too good. The pre-fire will be juicy as ever. But as it stands for now, element of surprise, punch into the window. Oh, no, that's rather unfortunate swings are there. It's, yeah, it's a bit sketchy.
A little bit of a mess, but either or, kill not to come out. Japa does take a little bit of damage. It's AE that are actually looking bad at the moment. Goof just before the Keeper Barricade reset does make it through and finds the head of Voon. So Circular Spheres with 2, looking good to go for this execute as the main wall now starts to be the main focus.
Indeed it is. The main wall will be a big point of contention, and perfect catch off could be even good.
Get
for
another.
2,
Oh my
for
god!
2 as well. Japa, the absolute demon on the drone hole, absolutely just denies any sort of win and pushes through. It's a 4. It is good for him. It's a good day to farm up those dubs and those points, but a bit of a can't feel like it was a bit of a misplay there as well on the side of AE, with just not being very mindful about those rotations either.
I don't know what the strategy was there. You've got 2 people standing in front of the drone hole inside of Trophy. Usually you'd have, thumbs up on that one. Usually you'd have someone maybe on the solar stairs with a beeper at the top to play for that fallback position. You'd obviously have Faulty inside of the split corridor there, but why was there no player inside a kitchen as opposed to the head holes in Trophy watching for the jump in? I mean, seemed like it was a little bit backwards. The site had been almost flipped around back when it was Trophy as the bomb site, but either way, Jap is happy. He gets 4 in the round, and definitely looks to pad the KD a little bit here, but as we said at the start, I don't think Circular Spheres came into this game with the losing mentality.
Oh yeah, not at all. Yeah, I think this is the one where they would absolutely be dead aimed at just going, yep, but it's a win or nothing. You have to make sure that, you know, you nail your performances, nail your plays, and I mean, so far it's been that very case. Whereas for AE, yeah, first round worked out pretty good, but it was off the back of that sort of a 1v1 clutch. So, I mean, yeah, take it as how you want it, but oh, Hamio's in a bit of a wild position, Proto.
Hamio is, and I don't know what the idea here is. Does he want to run out? Does he want to look for the rappel? They're not really looking to give it to him, but yes, they actually are as they go up towards the main balcony. He is gifted with a kill onto Geordie. The Nomad going down as well makes things that a little bit more interesting, because that is a character, an operator rather, that Spheres rely on head for watching their flanks. So that is a good kill to find if you're Altered Edge.
Yeah, this should give a good breath of fresh air, or rather a little bit more of a breathe easy kind of moment for Altered Edge's defense, as they now going to be allowed a little bit more freer space to really play and work around. But it stands, physics might just be able to say something about that whole setup in general.
Indeed. And there you go. In fact, he will. Voon falls. Malachi caught out as well by Japer, looking to continue the heater that he was on at the end of the last round, all the way through into the current. He's on 5 right now, deathless. Altered Edge going to have to put a stop to that if they really want to have a chance. Krim with a nade, not going to connect the Nitro as well, unfortunately for Altered Edge, not making a dent. But Faulty will takes down Goofed, I believe, through the hatch. So either or, they find a kill to equalize a 3 versus 3. Coming into the last half round, Cthulhu Spheres still have a lot to achieve.
Very much so, but with the player numbers, it's still relatively workable for both ends. Faulty's position here could be rather crucial to deny Crimstar, to deny some sort of push, but with the vertical start being opened up by Japer, things are starting to dwindle a little bit more and more.
It is, but a great nade from Japer locks down the advantage for themselves. The final 50 as we elapse. Cloud taking a lot of damage, I believe, from main there too. Krim does do some good damage onto Cloud as well as that nade, but it's Hamyo. Swing on out and find a second for himself. Spots the player through the floor as well, but doesn't connect. Japer now looking to aggress. Hamyo gets aggressive as well, but does he win the gunfight? No, Japer comes out on top with the damage physics to finish it off, and it's now all up to Cloud. Low HP on the smoke. We've seen him do it before. Can he do it again? Proning on the floor. He can. Physics falls. An Ultimate Edge equalized once more. Spheres fumbling the bag a little bit there on that execute.
Oh. Yeah, look, getting a little bit stalled on a few spots definitely looks like the case. AE doing their due diligence as well. With the way how things been, unraveling for them, they've been able to play, or rather know exactly when to, stop full sending, stop, going aggro, and just hold on to their positions in a similar way how, back at matchup number 1, where it was the Dynasty versus Get a Grip, it was, both teams acknowledging how serious the match could be and how big kind of the weight of the match could end up being. Obviously, for Altered Edge, this is, funnily enough, both the battle for themselves, and it's the battle that GAG, or Get a Grip, will be very much looking at, because for Altered Edge, they obviously want to escape the relegation position. And, well, for Get a Grip, Altered Edge's win here will very much mean that possibilities are there for even some form of overtake for the first place. Whereas for Circular Spheres, look, it's first place for them. It's the opportunity to finally push into the OCN, and who knows what goes from there on.
Yeah, and I mean, their chances at doing such are looking pretty good, but a couple of little things where they've made mistakes so far in this match have cost them a couple rounds, but provided if they're the Spheres that we know and love, or at least the ones that we've watched every other Playday, they will fix things up, they'll make the changes required, and they'll get the job done regardless, albeit have fun in the meantime as well, I think is a big point. It's the final Playday, why not have fun with it? Physics takes a little bit of damage, but he's Finker, so the adrenal surges are, well, I'd imagine soon to come out, but Japer, again, aggressing from this bottom floor, unpunished. Largely allowed to do pretty much whatever he wants, all the way up to the door of sight, and he has so much control of that pit position here.
Yeah, the pit position could be actually quite big here. A lot of reach, a lot of cover, but look at the concentration of the players as well, hovering around the garage hallway. Japer now spotting the first sort of target, now absolutely just decides to gun for it, knowing that there is some presence up on the ground floor. Spots it, perfect elimination. Malachi did not even know what the hell happened to him.
Yeah, unfortunately not, but Spheres, specifically Japper, having an absolutely insane game. I mean, 9-3 right now, Cthulhu. For his team, the main wall towards the backside of the site is opening up. Hamio takes a little bit of damage from the main breach as well. So having both the Maverick and the Thermite gives them plenty of avenues into the site. I mean, Sphere's looking great. Pillar now cleared out as well, as Japper will be able to relay back to his team. So they could actually go for a plant here relatively comfortably, and indeed they look to do so. Physics to find an aid onto Cloud, so no more clutching from him. Another one to come towards Hamyo, but things not looking good as the execute, I'd imagine, is moments away.
Very much so, already with the breach done and dusted. This is time for gaming, and Gooft indeed does game rather hard. Hamio and Voon are all that remains. Unfortunately, can't even hit the shot through the breach, as it's quite difficult there. It's all down to the K1A wielder, the Korean Vigil, looking to make a play, but even that is nearly impossible. Flawless round into the hands of Circular Spheres, as well, they finally seem to be hitting that said back burner.
Indeed, Spheres. I mean, the round previous to that was a flawless Cthulhu, and I'm pretty sure that one was close to, if not was, as well. So,
yeah,
definitely Spheres turning on the heaters a little bit here as Altered Edge find their 2 rounds, but Spheres definitely not letting to look them get any more, I'd imagine, as they are staring down the barrel of a possible 4-2 here, provided Altered Edge don't come back out of the woodwork and gain the 3-3, respectively, though. Spheres on the defense, a very scary team. Hence, we saw the alibi ban when you got players like Gooft running around. But even saying that, you put Gooft on a Malusi, he still does the same thing. So, Altered Edge are going to be hoping they get this round here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how impactful even Sealy was on Malusi, just being an absolute demon when it came down to just playing on her. So, look, yeah, wouldn't put it past that. There's already plenty of, alternatives to the said picks, and how things could really evolve from here on out. But look, I mean, let's take it a little bit more into a different perspective with the way how now AE been trying to play. We'll look at some of their lineups. They have been doing their best to try to adapt to this sort of play. But the question being here, I reckon, at least for me, is just whether it's a question of the actual just operator's pick, or whether it's more so even a mentality / the pace of the approach that is actually, needs some sort of a change. And as I say that, Jape already gets spawn peeked out of existence by Faulty.
Okay, well, I think it was a long time coming, given that Japer has had some very good rounds, and he needed to be sort of put on the bench for this one, if Altered Edge wanted to have a chance at doing anything, really. So, a good kill to find for Faulty. I mean, you give him a gun like the MPX and he'll make plays with it. He's already starting to do that for Altered Edge. As the rest of the Spheres are looking for control right now. They need a lot of it to take this top floor hold, especially with the presence downstairs that wasn't cleared last time. So hopefully they've learned their lesson and they look to maybe rectify the issue. But at the moment, it seems that they're just playing for some early picks and maybe some aggression towards the site.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Very much so. Already quite a hefty push is about to mount for, or rather against, Altered Edge for Circular Spheres. Hamio looking to go in for the swing, could be big. Physics falls. Crimstar tries to catch off on those rotations, but it seems like Jordy instead will be doing the said work. IRX going to town there, but with already 2 big impactful players now out of the equation, Crimstar will need to be very cautious about how he plays, given that it could be a very much of a solo job there for himself.
Gooft holding the flank. I mean, he's did it in the last couple of rounds, and he's done it to a really good degree. They know that there's a player down the side of the bar, and Hamio now spotted out, obviously giving his position away. Will be caught on the rotate. Gooft is there, paired up with Geordie to secure that kill. Altered Edge now down to 3. Very similarly to what we saw for the Spheres, but Faulty does spot Crim. The damage taken replenished by the Kona station pretty much immediately. So I guess it technically didn't even really happen. The rappel up to the main window as well now for Geordie. They know the position he's going to be playing. The Nitro prepped to come, but isn't going to connect, I'd imagine. As we look to go for the final 40 seconds. Circular Spheres going for the execute.
The Spheres indeed already getting that breach done. 30 seconds though will be a little bit closer to the comfort zone in the 3v3. The overmatch cannot be really played for as it stands. Nice position, nice pixel angle that works perfectly here. Faulty unfortunately just running out of the glasses timing as well. Malachi blinded, no retinas, no time, no teammates either, and the opportunities are dwindling here by the moment as he's about to get flanked here by Gooft as well. Circular Sphere certainly very much solidifying that 4-2 scoreline. And what a turnout here. Look, I gotta say, the initial sort of momentum definitely posed a bit of a, a larger question about how ready Altered Edge looked to take this. And yeah, look, this one certainly looks like it might end up at the end resulting in a bit of a downfall for them.
It is unfortunate. They've had their moments, and albeit I think they've got very lucky as well, Cthulhu. I mean, there have been days where they've played very well. I mean, they found the 5-on-half against the big dogs, but then they lost every round subsequent to that. You look at Dynasty. They had multiple issues on the internet side of things. Playing, as Sealy sort of said in the interview, they just played better on the day, and mistakes were made by Dynasty. Then we have the forfeit win, which kind of doesn't count as a win-win. It was a halfway through, and Altered Zelios, let's be honest, were looking really good to win that. So it's a difficult sort of story to pick. Altered Edge have moments where, yes, they shine. But they also sort of have moments where it's like, okay, I could see that was going to happen when Sphere's flawless round them 2 in a row. So it's hard to call, especially on a map like Chalet. But now they go on to the attack. Arguably, the preferred side of the two. We'll see if they can sort of make everything I've said regardless.
Yeah. I'm definitely curious, how will the attack really work out? Because with Chalet being one of the few maps that does actually favor the attacking side a little bit more than the defense, there are absolutely opportunities and chances for Altered Edge to really gain back the points and the numbers for themselves. But in saying that, we've kind of alluded to it at the beginning of the matchup as well. It's a bit of a kind of a David and Goliath kind of matchup, at least by looking at the standings. One team is at the bottom of the leaderboard risking the relegations, the other one is contesting for the first place. And with, the LMG going rather big for Hamio, more so than for Crimstar, well, it's the winning for the Altered Edge for now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we haven't seen Crim on fragging operators isn't really something that we usually see. I mean, we usually see him on something like Biana. But Cloud finds another one on Goofed and just further compounds the losses right now for Spheres.
Curious to see that, well, I was about to say that Voon is not on the something like a Zoff, but instead he just brought a different LMG to himself. We're talking about him and Hamio occasionally can be those sort of the LMG fiends for AE, but sort of things slowed down a little bit once they started to, get that little bit more of a quote-unquote the maturity going for themselves. But Swing coming around, Japa actually pulls away at the worst possible timing off the back of that door, but thankfully Physics was still there to cover him, so at least that sort of damage back is still there.
Some good damage found regardless on the Moon, but they're going to need a little bit more than damage. They're going to need some kills, Cthulhu. They have found none, and they stare down the barrel of 2 losses themselves. The flashbangs start to come. Geordie does open it up with the first Hamio to fall. A minute remains, and Altered Edge are left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah. At the moment, it's a bit of a scary timeline here. Japa perfectly utilizing the Warden glasses, actually gets a frag for himself. Voon, meanwhile, as well, picking up a frag onto Physics. Certainly making things a whole lot more spicier. The Finker boost coming in rather at the perfect timing. Cloudful nailing Geordie as well, all leaving down to Japa. Now, Japa has been known for his, mechanical prowess, so certainly has all sorts of the personal utility to really play around. How is Japa able to completely run away is beyond me, but he's able to make it work. Not for long, though. Cloudful, before things spiraled any further out of control, was able to completely, clean up the job there.
That could have been on. 100%. I reckon Japa could have won that, but either way, Altered Edge win it, and they look that one step closer to equalizing after the split. We go forward. I mean, it has been an interesting game. I think we would be on a slightly more skewed scoreline had we have gone to bank. But at the end of the day, we're on Chalet, and it's relatively even, which is not something I would sort of expect to be saying at the moment, given the 2 teams that are playing right now.
That is true.
But, I mean, hey, if Altered Edge are doing as well as they are, maybe, you know, maybe they deserve to be a little bit higher than they currently are.
Absolutely so, yeah. Look, for Altered Edge, it's definitely, ever since that sort of their first win, things definitely looked a whole lot more promising for them. Just, despite, you know, the unfortunate things with standings for themselves, despite, you know, unfortunate results previously, it's kind of been, it's been a long-awaited sort of evolution for them. So, I reckon in terms of just the sheer raw performance, whilst yes, testing against Circular Spheres is a you know, a difficult one, a difficult task, but AE are making the best out of that situation. And if not anything, well, going into, say, the relegation match, they were already a completely different roster in terms of just how would they, you know, behave, how would they perform on the day if the relegation ends up coming around, and if they end up facing some of the newer opponents. So I definitely reckon no matter what, AE will have a really good chance to just basically rather effortlessly come back to OCL.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can avoid relegations first. But Spheres, I mean, they're looking good to give them a run for it, but at the moment, we don't even know if that's the case. I mean, they're one round away from the difference, which, yeah, not what we expected at all. As the drones come in here from Altered Edge, the entry, I'd imagine, not too far behind. Cloud Proused on that jump in, but it's going to be Crimstar to kick things off. Put him on an operator that he can frag on, and he will begin to do such. Takes down Faulty for the opener here, and looks really good now for Spheres, finding the Nomad early on.
Early find, yeah, with Faulty out of the equation, things will get a little bit dicier. Obviously for AE, ideally they would want to have as many people present as possible for their pushes to happen, but right now we're looking at Hamir, we're looking at some of the LMG players. Right now between himself and Voon, they have quite a big order to do, so Crimstar, that was the grittiest swing that one could have ever pulled off. As if that one, we were talking about, you know, the confidence to happen, he had an abundance of it and then some.
I think Voon might be experiencing some internet-related issues here. We don't know, but as the burn begins to come, Goof is going to be pushed off that shield by the bookcase and goes to his secondary position to make a play. The nades to follow as well. Japer takes a considerable amount of damage from inside of the bathroom, but makes it away. Cloud unable to find that kill in a 5 versus 3. Altered Edge need to make something happen, but Goof isn't going to let it happen. He finds 2. Malachi and Voon fall. Cloud for 1 for compensation at least, but Goon on the floor looking to end the round. Indeed he will. 3 spectacular kills from inside the master bedroom. Circular Spheres find their stride on the defense.
Well. Goofed, being the absolute mad lad that he is able to very rapidly bring it back into his sort of team's favor. And I mean, how
cool, calm, and collected.
When you, yeah, cool and calm and collected, you know, talking it all out. Hey boys, let's keep it, you know, as chill as we can. Let's keep the ball rolling. Although I can't help but wonder how comfortable it is, you know, jamming with the aviators on.
I mean, the blue light always has to help, but either way, you got gamer glasses. I mean, that could just be what it is, disguised as aviators. We never know.
I'd buy that.
Whatever it is the buff that Spheres need, because right now, Japer, Geordie, and Goofed are the ones putting the numbers on the board. 8, 8, 11 respectively, with Physics and Crimstar doing more of the supporting work. But as we sort of highlighted, I think Crimstar has been more of on more of a supporting role in this game. He's been playing a lot of the hard breacher. On the defense side, it's a little bit different. Obviously, Mozzie and Oryx definitely not sort of support oriented, but I think that may be why, sort of maybe the reason that we saw Spheres drop a couple rounds. He wasn't able to as much as he usually does, so maybe we'll see.
True. Yeah, that is actually a very good point. Yeah, Proto, with And maybe it's just more so kind of Spheres are attempting to apply a new kind of approach. Maybe they still experimenting with some of the roles going further, whilst maybe even possibly starting to even prepare for, you know, for the Relos to come around. So yeah, I'm very much curious to see what will be kind of the end result, because as it stands, the whole roster of Circular Spheres are absolutely cracked gunners if you give them the right sort of tools to use.
Indeed, that is the case, and as we say that, unfortunately, Faulty will find the kill onto Geordie. I say unfortunately, that's a good thing for Altered Edge, but the Sphere's obviously not the start that they were looking for. Japper also taking some damage there from Malachi, so a good start here for AE, definitely in terms of damage and kills dealt.
Yeah, Geordie as well, losing out on smoke in the early stages, that is a heavily painful one to lose out this early. So yeah, that sort of a investment for the late game certainly works out rather well, with one of the C4s as well from Goofed already all expended. It's all down to physics as one, if they want to play for that sort of trap play. But half a round to go, there's still plenty of opportunities to make those said swings, but the issue being is that they haven't really 100% cleared out the position up and around the library, and Crimstar, well, he gets to go to town at his position, given that that is a misplay and a half from Altered Edge.
That's exactly what we were expecting, though. I mean, you want him to be finding those kills, and Cthulhu, we come down into the last minute. Do you think that with what Altered Edge have left, they're going to be able to get the job done? I mean, they have the hard breach, but without the Zofia, without that entry, it's looking a little bit difficult, especially with the wall not open.
Very much so, with Root as well getting rid of Faulty. This will be a rather problematic one. At least we're back onto even Steven ground, so with 50 seconds remaining, we might see AE to be able to, you know, draft up a good solid plan, but it does sort of seem to be revolving that they want to clear out that ground position as thoroughly as possible. But with all that trade actually coming around, that is actually quite big, because that is now your whole presence downstairs eliminated.
That is huge. 30 seconds remain. Spheres now on the downside in terms of health, and Altered Edge not really much left to work with. They have the drone from Hamyo, who has taken the position from Voon on the Finker for the moment. But for the execute, the bomb going down, or at least being teased, as there's no denial really left. Goof, no nitro. Japer does have 2 impacts, but he's looking to get aggressive here on the player just outside the double door. He doesn't hit the shot, but does a considerable amount of damage, leaving Goofed in a position that's going to be hard to win. The Adrenal Surge, or at least the final one used, and plenty of utility left for Ultra Post Plant. Goof's going to have to go huge.
Yeah. Oh, stands right now. Goof is in a bit of a dangerous position. I say that first shot does hit rather crisp. Full to be gone. Long arming now around the position. Frag grenade out. Could be dangerous. Frag grenade in. No! Hamio! No! That is tragic!
Hamyo!
That is tragic! No!
That is a rare Altered Edge moment. If anything,
No,
that is
Hamyo.
that is a Cyro Dynasty Bank moment on Repel with that nade, but Karma comes round and bites him there. That is unfortunate. Held onto it just a little bit too long. And, I mean, Goofed had to go huge, and indeed he did. He wins the 1v2. He secures the the match point, sorry, for Circular Spheres here. And, well, I guess we are sort of right in saying that 1 round closer to that first place secure. Hamyo said GG, but is that the case? I mean, it's only 3 rounds, Cthulhu. We've seen teams do it before. Can Altered Edge do it here on Chalet?
Look, there are certainly possibilities for Altered Edge to pull a comeback, but with this sort of kind of sudden death now hanging upon them, it is going to be a difficult one. I'll have to admit. And whilst, yeah, look, the dream is always there, sometimes it's only ends up staying a dream. And the sort of, in case of here of Circular Spheres versus Altered Edge, this very much feels like one as well, where just, yeah, look, there was an opportunity, there was a dream, but that is, I think, as far as Altered Edge will be allowed to kind of go. I think that very mistake very much kind of solidified it all by the end of it, Proto, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough, but I mean, if you circular spheres, you take those. So, as you will, Cthulhu, moving forward, circular spheres now hold match point and 3 rounds of leeway before Altered Edge even managed to do something in terms of overtime. But, I mean, they have some good information. Malachi and Voom both spot the player out inside of gaming. If they can maybe look to pinch him out like that, he finds one, he takes the freebie and disappears with it. Physics to fall, and Altered Edge happy with how that panned out, I'd imagine, on the entry.
Oh boy. Yeah, with Circular Spheres now, basically with them achieving the match point, that is them locked in for the promos. Now it's time to just have their own fun. Crimstar just keeps on jiggling around trying to find his own frag. Bexo at the worst possible moment from that angle as well.
Yeah.
But gets to still keep his position. Voon, oddly enough, was the one that actually decided to fall back. Like, oh no, okay, that is too scary for me, too spooky. But as it stands, Circular Sphere is only 5 frags away from scoring themselves the 7-3.
Yeah, and I'd imagine they'll be able to do so as long as we can see some kills come in the way of the Spheres. They've got plenty of time and plenty of gunners left alive. Crimstar on the Malusi, I mean, Japer as well. Altered Edge have opted to move in as Jordy will find Voon, so at least they do get the trade to some degree a little bit late, but it happened. And I mean, as Spheres move around, the position now known, Crimstar looks to engage the main stairs, and he will come away. Hamyo falls. Geordie finds another goofed as well to dime in with Faulty, and as we say it, it all comes falling apart for Altered Edge. With the lead that they had, it all crumbles. Circular Spheres now hold the advantage 3-1. Malachi, in very similar fashion to the Dynasty game, is going to have to clutch up if he wants to have any hope for his team here, which, looking at the time that is left and what he holds control of, it's not looking good whatsoever.
Not at all, yeah, this is looking
Whatsoever.
rather bleak as well.
Ooh.
But Malachi, post-champ, looking to possibly grab a little bit of a clutch, still, you know, holding on to the dream for the swing, for the clutch as well, but missing out on the angle. The opportunities are not looking too good, but at least gets to a 1v1, triple kill, drop down is there.
No,
he
no.
absolutely
Oh,
able
no.
to make it. He does. Goofed waffles down, and that completely flogs the opportunity for a 7-3.
Spheres, what's going on? What is
What
going on? Malachi should not be winning those. I don't care what day of the week it is. Oh,
Well, I mean, it's
had-
good times for AE though, but
Yeah.
that is the kind of win that you kind of contemplating as to what in the heck is happening for Circular Spheres there.
That's a hold on. We need to talk about that moment. Yeah. Spheres, a little bit of throwing, I think, going on there. Unfortunate for them. Maybe Malachi was just sort of gunning at the end of the day. Regardless, a little bit of both possibly going on. But that was an eye opener, I think. Something that I don't think was expected. I mean, even Hamyo said GG in the chat, so Altered Edge didn't have much hope, or at least didn't seem to. So hats off. A great clutch, a 1 versus 3 in any respects, is an insane feat to pull off, especially against the top-rated team in the stage so far. Circular Spheres definitely maybe letting the lead they have get to them a little bit.
Yeah, maybe that sort of lead definitely got to do something with the mental, or at least just them getting a little bit more cheeky with some of their plays. But regardless of that, another round, another opportunity for Altered Edge to bring this back to OT, which would be rather funny, seeing as how well Circular Spheres basically already, they all locked themselves in. There's no way for basically Get a Grip LFO to catch up onto them. So, I mean, even an OT loss will basically be, well, still a first place, I think.
I'm going to put money. Yeah, I'm going to put money that Voon was on the floor there. Every time we've cut to him this game, that's where he's been. So Either way, he's finding kills faulty as well to take down Japer, and I mean Spheres very quickly lose 2 in the opening moments. And
Wait,
well-
it just hit me. Brother.
yeah,
What if Check those Spheres win out 6 points, proceed to lose it all out, give the dub to AE, which basically means AE win and keep themselves in the run, and Secular Spheres keep themselves in the first place.
oh, that actually would be big brain. That might be what we see. I don't know.
Well, that would involve some rather unsportsmanlike, ideas. So I'm not,
Conspiracies, yes.
Conspiracies, yes. So I'm not implying anything in that
No.
for legal reasons, but it would be a rather funny outcome.
It would be a very funny outcome, indeed. But, I mean, right now, what's not funny is Spheres definitely making some big mistakes. They are yet to find a single kill or point of damage in this match. As I say that, though, Krim will at least take 1 for consolidation. Voon to fall. The flashbang does connect, but Goofed almost doesn't as he downs Faulty, but confirmation. Krim now on the back end of things, largely unspotted. A great shot to connect. Goofed as well takes down Faulty and finishes through the floor. Has a great angle onto the player moving into kitchen, but it's Cloud to connect. Takes down Crimstar. Some good damage to help him Goofed here, but the bomb now going down. Cloud looking to get the plant off to play for that post. They have no E1Ds left to work with, but both players tagged up. Goof definitely has the ability to make a play. He's done one 1v2 already. Can he do another?
Just be able to pull off, but he's been, as the name suggests, looking a little bit goofy on some of his plays there in the last round. But at the end of it all, yeah, look, too many angles, or rather too many long angles to really check, and yeah, too tight of an angle to really contest. At the end of it all, the AK-12 does prevail. Brother, 6-5 is upon us. The final round of the regulation. And if we go OT, I am pretty sure no matter what the end outcome is, I think Altered Edge might just be able to pull themselves out of the relegation.
Look. I'm not
What is
too
happening,
sure.
man?
Yeah, look, I don't know. If I'm being complete, if we see that happen, I don't know. There may be riots, Cthulhu. I don't know. But Spheres are playing with fire right now. It may be part of the strategy. Play with fire, let them think they're going to get the dub, and then just, close it out. Thanks for coming, guys. We'll take first place and have fun in Relos. But at the same time, they actually look pretty good right now. Altered Edge this is. To maybe actually avoid relegations. I mean, it's like, what, 1 or 2 points? All they need is overtime showing.
So here's a funny stat. So up until this very matchup, right, brother?
Yeah?
Altered Edge are currently only on a 1-round differential between themselves and Nutty Gaming, right? And Nutty Gaming are currently 1 point above Altered Edge.
Oh.
So if Altered Edge technically win this on, say, something like overtime 8-6, they overtake Nutty Gaming.
On round difference, though.
Exactly, on round difference, because that will basically surpass, at least if my maths is right, by one round differential here.
Jeez.
And if it's a win OT, then it basically overtakes them flat out on the numbers, on the points.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens, because Spheres have found the opener. Hamia goes down. One of the big fraggers right now is already gone, and Geordie is definitely aware that there may be more coming in that general direction. He does hear some players in the nearby vicinity. That will be Malachi and Voon, I believe it was, on the main stairs, looking to open up the bottom of stock here. But Goofed doesn't get caught out by that trick. He will get to keep his life for the time being, and as everything sort of slows down a little bit here, Spheres hold a good lead and are definitely looking like they want to make this one end right here.
Cameo gone, things are looking slightly more dire. Frag grenade about to go out. Won't really damage too severely Goofed, but with Voon getting better of physics as well, this is not looking particularly too pretty. Japer falls as well. What is happening here? Altered Edge all of a sudden hitting now the afterburner, and Circular Sphere's kind of just flogging out on some of their pushes. Voon,
Okay, no, that works. That
yeah,
works.
Sure, no worries,
If
all good.
Spheres are smiling right now. So no more clutches from Malachi this round because, well, he's been nerfed by his own teammate, and Geordie does some good damage onto Cloud. So here we are, hoping that they can lock it out. More damage indeed. An aid to come through. Does not connect. Can Geordie confirm? Indeed he can. Takes Cloud down with the DMR in hands. Faulty back upstairs. Crim not aware. Faulty to find the killer. 2 versus 2. Altered Edge actually holding the lead. Some good damage dealt there from Voon, but Goof still managing to survive after all of that damage. And Geordie inside of the site, the last hope of locking off this door. The C4 not to connect, unfortunately. Too far away. The nade does get right close, but it's Geordie to lock it down on the site. Voon falls. It's now all up to Faulty for core. He's got 2 players on 1 HP that he needs to find. Will retrieve the diffuser. He's got 20 seconds to play with, but Spheres playing the crossfire, playing the off angles, looking to just lock it down. Faulty, he doesn't have a clue. He's pushing through the site. He finds the head of one. Can he find Goofed? All he needs to do is hide. He needs to hit one shot. Goofed does some good damage, but Faulty doesn't spot him. He goes for the push, but Goofed is there. Circular Spheres lock it down. They secure their first, and Altered Edge unfortunately head to relegations. That was as close as it could get, I think, Cthulhu, at the end of that one. One health both ways, but Spheres make it work.
Well, that's one hell of a way to wrap it all up. Just as we were thinking that, oh yeah, AE might just be able to pull themselves out from that sort of unfortunate gutter, but yeah, at the end of it all, Circular Spheres come out with the full 3-pointer for themselves, ultimately fully now in full confidence, locking down their position and not really letting any sort of doubts to well, occur.
My. I mean, we're only talking about it. My heart's racing, but I'm sure Blue Panda had as much fun as we did. He's back.
Oh, Circular Spheres and Goofed avoiding the danger zone, as it were. Look, that was too close. That was far too close, and honestly, it definitely felt like by the end of it, Altered Edge could have taken that out, and I'd almost put it entirely down to the team kill. If not for that, we would have been heading to overtime. The map would have gone a little bit longer. So I think, yeah, Altered Edge kicking themselves a little bit at the missed opportunity there. They could have taken down Circular Spheres, kept themselves out of reach of that relegations. But I mean, what a map it was. You can't fault Circular Spheres for maybe easing up off the throttle as soon as they hit overtime, because they knew they were locked in.
Very much so. Very much so. Look, I mean, still though, a valiant effort for Altered Edge, but ultimately, yes, Circular Spheres are going to be the team that locks themselves in the first place, and well, finally we'll get to build their own legacy now, going into basically the promotions. And look, yeah, the future is definitely looking rather bright.
Skirting it in under the line with a single point of health, it's Goofed, of course, joining us for a chat. Mate, you brought it so very close there at the end, but you did it. The boys, you're locked in for that promos tournament after a season of hard work. How does it feel?
It feels pretty good. We got there in the end, very close game. Yeah, we've done it. We've secured the first place spot.
Look, run us through this matchup, because I know you've been telling us during your interview segments as well that you guys been approaching each and every team with full seriousness and preparing. What was kind of the sort of the thing that was catching you guys off guard against the AE, because they were able to nearly push you guys into OT?
Well, we noticed how when they played, they are a lot more passive and things. So we tried to switch up a bit how we played, and yeah, it wasn't really working. So in the end, we kind of turned on the Jets a bit, and we switched it up about halfway through the game, back to our old play style, and yeah, that just started working again. So yeah, we kept it. That's what was making us struggle in the start, but yeah, we got there in the end.
Something that we sort of noticed as well throughout the game, Crim has been playing a little less aggressive operators on the attack. Is that because we're sort of experimenting with some role swaps, or Crim not feeling it today?
Crim's always sturdy. He works late, so he gets on and he's like, oh god. There's some 4 big, but no, he's always sturdy. He's always big frag for our team. You know, a couple off games, but you know, nothing to look at. He's an amazing player. It's just off day, I guess.
Well, look, I think it's only right as the Stage 2 Oceanic Challenger League champion, Goof, is there anything you'd like to say to round out the Playdate for yourself?
Yes, obviously, shout out to AE. They played an amazing game, very close. They have some really good players on that team. They're definitely looking a lot stronger. Hopefully they're, you know, next season in OCL, if they're there, they'll be able to put big numbers there, maybe reach the top, because they're rough start at the start, but yeah, towards the end they're looking like a really strong team, and yeah, I like to see what they do next. Shout out to the boys. Obviously we did it, got the first place, very proud of everyone. Yeah, shout out, you know, we've been repping Pride the whole stage. Just want to, you know, we're repping obviously for Jay Kenner, my boy. Obviously got to support that. Then Jappa's girlfriend's been putting stuff behind the scenes, so Shannon, thank you as well for, you know, looking after all the boys, coming in, supporting everyone, bringing us oranges, you know, during halftime. But yeah, no. I just want to thank you guys, obviously, for a brilliant stage, you know, casting. Obviously, the observers, Mitch, Skitsy, for putting in all the effort. We really appreciate it. Putting up this big tournament or stage. We really enjoyed it, and yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks so much.
Well, best of luck. We look forward to seeing you in the near future, of course, for OCS and beyond. We'll see you later, Goof. Have a good one. Absolute
Thanks,
legend. He always looks dynamite in the interview cams as well, gents. I mean, look, locked in. They look, you can understand they were celebrating. They faltered a little bit, but they never let it out of their grasp. And what a way to do it. I mean, Cthulhu, what are the odds? What do you reckon? Are they the next OCL team to join the Nationals?
Wouldn't be surprised, honestly. It's a roster that has been developing very thoroughly. I mean, we even started seeing that potential back at the conclusion of last year, where they nearly were able to give a bit of a scare to Kraken. But now going into this conclusion of Stage 2, absolutely, they're a roster that has developed even further. They started to, you know, start developing certain plays, their own play styles even further, and pushing themselves to just perform better. So honestly, very much keen to see them, and certainly I have full confidence that they would be able to make it to the OCN as well.
Well, with our second match of the evening done and everything locked into place, there's not really that much to play for except a bit of fun to round out the stage. Up after the break, 1620 Kings, Altered Celios, two teams who know how to have a good time. We'll see you back then. It feels almost a bittersweet moment, Cthulhu, as we come back from the break, heading into what will be the final Oceanic Challenger League match of 2022. But in saying that, we know that the stage is set for a very, very interesting match. Altered Zelios plus 1620 Kings with nothing on the line but a bit of fun. This should be an absolute banger.
Absolutely so, yeah. Both teams very much knowing exactly how to, well, get funky with their plays on the server. Interesting to see how will they play it out, but unfortunately the absence of the one great banana will be now currently, or at least for tonight, replaced with Skiv, whereas on the side of 1620 Kings, it is all looking rather standardized.
Yeah, look, the unfortunate issues that Ben has been suffering with on his PC's end does mean the last minute call up for Skiv. Dirty, though, is no slouch. Hold on. That's a map that I know and love, but have not seen in a while, Cthulhu. Proto, this is Coastline. He's warming up on Coastline. What's going on here, Proto?
I don't know. I miss it, though. I miss it as well, Panda. Coastline was a great map. It was. Coastline back to the competitive map pool, if anyone can hear me.
Should we just go
Please
10
take that into
maps, surely?
Surely, yeah, right? Like, just put them all in. House included, yacht, you know, a little bit of Bartlett maybe, but regardless, Dirty, sharp as always, warming up. Looking to get it.
And there you go. You can see some of the 1620 Kings members, KJ, on your screen. Stoic as ever coming into this matchup, Cthulhu. I mean, you think about it. Chef, Jeff, Tester, and Lonely have been with the Oceanic Challenger League since the very beginning. I mean, you look back. The Swingsman, a name that has not been uttered since the beginning of 2021. They are here as the ex-1620 Kings now, of course. We go to Oregon, a staple in the pool, of course. I mean, this is about as even as you possibly could have got.
Yeah, very much so. The Oregon definitely looking like the place for either complete shenanigans or just for both teams to say, you know what, let's just duke it out. Let's just trade punches and see how we go from there. So, but look, yeah, whilst I would have been keen to see something like a theme park to happen for this very matchup, we'll suppose have to settle with the Oregon.
Proto, it's going to be an interesting one. Altered Zelios, they love to thrive on the chaos. 1620 Kings also known for a bit of the shenaniganry, of course. I mean, look, how long do you reckon? How long do you reckon before it devolves into chaos and we see someone absolutely full send it?
I mean, like 4 rounds. If Chef gets his hand on either Mute or Buck, that's probably going to be round 1. But you give the Bishop of Boomstick a shotgun and he will deliver. So I guess we'll see what Chef ends up on at the end of time, or whether or not Altered Zelios ban the Buck out. I mean, that might even be a good choice. But either or, it's not going to be very long until we see it all divulge into Chaos Band, I'd imagine.
Yeah, look, I'm excited to see what these guys are going to be bringing to the table. Final match of the Oceanic Challenger League this year. Obviously, we've still got the OCS to go, but it's not quite the same. It's not quite the OCL that we know and love, Cthulhu. And, I mean, look, it's kind of appropriate that I suppose it's Chef Jeff to round it out.
Very much so, yeah. Look, I think it's suitable for us to end here on either way. It's kind of on a high note for ourselves to enjoy a little bit of, just fun shenanigans between themselves and Altered Zelios. I nearly said Altered Edge, but yeah, it's definitely bound to be a fun matchup, I reckon, and there's still going to be a few, cool, fun things, unless, we'll see an Angie Goonbag tweet, but, that's a whole different thing, I guess.
Well, I mean, I think it was largely Ben and his PC problems that led to that, of course. So I think with him out, they don't have to worry about the tech side of it. They can just play their game, have a bit of fun. Unfortunately, yeah, we won't get to see Banana stretching his hamstrings, making sure that he's nice and limber going into this matchup, Proto. But, I mean, it's Oregon. There's still plenty of fun to be had. And I reckon, T3 spawn peaks are potentially on the cards?
Yeah, maybe even some jump outs from tier 2 of Big Tower, but I think anything goes at this point, Panda. This is, as you said, it is more of just a fun matchup. Chef already talked about locking in third place, so 16-20 have done well this split so far, and I'd imagine they're just going to be looking to finish it off with a bang.
Yeah, look, I definitely will be. I think anything short of that would be a bit of a disappointment, honestly. Cthulhu coming into this. Oh, it's interesting to see the road that we've had this year. 16-20 Kings been through their own trials and tribulations. If not for some of the, hiccups they've had along the way, could have been right up there even further than top 3. But so they've had a rather impressive year, and I can only imagine it's a matter of time before we see a number of those 16-20 Kings players up into the Nationals itself.
Well, I mean, you look at 16-20 Kings' run. The only 2 definitive losses that they had was to the top 2 teams, to get a grip LFO and Secular Spheres were the only ones that gave them the L's. All the other games were either overtime wins or outright wins. So, I mean, for what it's worth, with the way how both Get a Grip LFO and Circular Spheres been developing for 16-20 Kings to achieve the next best sort of position in top 3, that is a win in its own entirety. So absolutely going here and looking to play it out the way how they did so far. I mean, no shame at all.
It's also back-to-back third places here, Cthulhu. We'll let you rest this one out. Proto, you and I jumping on into it. Oregon, it's 16-20 Kings taking on Altered Zelios. The chaos is about to kick off.
Definitely, Panda. I don't know what to expect from this, given that everything is sort of set in stone already, regardless of win or loss here for both sides. So, do we see the knife fight? Do we see the rush every round? Do we see strat roulette? I mean, at this point, anything goes, but with the band phase kicking off as always, Thatcher to go first, Altered Zelio starting on the defense side. Let's see, but there you go. Chef even said it. I said it at the start. Expecting a Buck ban, but it didn't happen. Finker goes, Thatcher goes, Buck in play, and Chef is going to be allowed to run rampant.
Yeah, look, you guys do interesting stuff. Hey, look, in saying that, all of these guys are all kind of friends. They know each other. They've played together for a while. Echo, an interesting band there from the 16-20 Kings. Apparently, this map might have been going to Coastline if not for Jeff. He's a bit of a buzzkill, ain't he? But no, look, unfortunately, not in the competitive pool. Maybe we do that in the coming weeks. We'll get these guys together and play a Coastline map on stream somewhere. But AZ rounded out with a Valkyrie ban. Well, look at what's in play. I mean, there is so much to mess around with.
Yeah. We've got Kavira on the board. I mean, we got lots of Panda to play with, but either way, 16-20 on the attack. Plenty of fun to be had. Chef already locking in the Amaru, so no Buck for him. And given that it's not a Buck, do we maybe see the Supernova? That is the question that we should raise. The Supernova Chef could be something that haunts my dreams if we get to see it.
Shout out to Soy as well. We saw her in the background of Dirty's cam there. She didn't realize she was going to make her appearance on the Oceanic Challenge League. A legend out of the Women's League. And look, honestly, she'd be right here along with the rest of the team. Her and Dirty, that's the duo we need to see at some point competing in the Challenger League. But right now, unfortunately, it's just Dirty and the crew from Altered Zelios trying to make their mark here in the final Playday. On the attack, nothing crazy. Jeff was going to go with an Armoru, but he's decided a Sledge is the best course for himself. Lonely, switching out for a Dokkaebi.
I rate it, honestly. Dokkaebi is an interesting pick, but one that I think works well with what 16-20 bring. And given that Chef has also opted to switch off of the Amaru, we will not be getting any tomfoolery, I'd imagine, in round number 1 from the 16-20 side of things, Panda. But as we kick it off, everything else looks relatively straightforward.
Drones. Who uses drones in a matchup like this? But no, of course, you wanna make sure that you can absolutely slam someone, get that info, make a play off it, get the highlight clips, of course. Will be the last opportunity here in the Challenge League until next year. Right now, Dirty looking to hold meeting as best as possible. A little bit of info spotted KJ on the tower stairs. So potentially Dirty might find his first victim.
He could, but I mean, 1620, very methodical siege that we see from them week in, week out. The first of a few calls to come, and the utility paired with the fragging prowess of the late great Bishop of Boomstick. The first kill goes in favor of 1620, and the verticality now to come as well. But Altered Zelios not going to go without a fight.
No more lonely, no more logic bombs the rest of the round. They've lost an alibi and found a rather impactful pick on the side of the attack. Right now, a single 1-for-1 as we enter the second half of the round. Drones plentiful, utility plentiful. A lot of room to get to try and contest the site, of course. Decent extension from Altered Zelios that will need to be dealt with. But on the whole, it seems that AZ have pulled back to the site.
Yeah, falling back to secondary positions, Altered Zelios have probably made a pretty well-educated to fall off here, given that 1620 were making quick grounds into the top floor, starting to open up that verticality, but as the hatches now begin to open, it's all about control and what 1620 Kings can gain in the next minute. If they can find another kill, that'll be great, but at the moment, their main focus, or at least what they're looking to get opened up, is find as many different avenues as you can, but unfortunately not connecting onto Goon. That isn't going to help them when it comes to their execute. They've got everything they need, but the pick is not there for them.
Getting into the final 30. They've got info, but they need to make the plays off it. Toxic Canister to cut off the E-box drop. But right now, they are trying to bait it out, trying to clear with what utility they do have available. Dirty knows there's probably going to be a push paired with it. Machine absolutely rinsed there. Luckily, they do get a trade back. Jeff moving up towards the basement hallway from Boiler. Knows that he needs to cut off this angle, try and set up some sort of rotate. But Tester, he's there looking for the plant. Nitro deep, but no, not going to go off. Tester will be felled by Trippin though. Gets one, doesn't need the follow-up. It's enough for the round.
Interesting plan spot there from 1620. Not opting to go deep into default or even deep into the bookcase side. Not really too sure on what the call was there for the plant, but regardless, they almost got it off. Just happened to be that Jaeger was flanking above. Thankfully not banned out, but albeit 1620, they had everything they needed for that execute. As I said, they just needed that extra kill to give them some leeway. They couldn't find it before they went for it, and unfortunately it came back to haunt them a little bit in the end. Regardless of, Altered Zelios happy with the outcome, I'd imagine.
Well, up to dorms. What is traditionally the natural progression that we see from teams. Nothing crazy so far. I think we might just get the stock standard game of Siege that was on the cards. 1620 Kings and Altered Zelios playing their A game.
Indeed, Panda. And even in saying that, the operator choices so far have been really, really good. But we do see Chef rejecting Modernity, returning to Monkey. The Amaru is in play. Supernova not being bought, unfortunately. So take that as you will. But Rice with the suppressed MP5. He may as well have bought a straw with some wet paper because it's not going to be doing too much for him.
No, we'll see. Maybe. In a game where headshots are the difference makers.
Well, yeah.
Maybe it's going to be the world's strongest spitball machine. And Jeff, he's already in. He's up. He's looking for the long angle towards the armory window, in fact. Full send towards Tita. Not quite the spawn peak I was looking for, Jeff.
Reverse spawn peak, I guess we could say, but positions held here by Altered Zelios mean that 1620 Kings are going to have to devote a lot of utility to clearing these spots out. We've got both Jaeger and Wamaya on the board here for Altered Zelios, meaning that there's plenty of denial in that trophy position, and especially when you've got someone like Dirty, mechanical prowess to say the least. I mean, he is very capable in all respects when he's got his own utility as well. In a position like Trophy, is going to remain largely unscathed. So 1620 quite smartly opt to rotate away for the time being.
Standard approach so far. Altered Zelios looking to get attic control. Trippin spotted an armory. Free fires galore, but none of them connecting that significantly. Trippin hit with a nade. Still managing to avoid a significant chunk of damage. Almost fallen to the LMGE. But he's still good for now. He's wasting so much time.
Yeah, plenty of time indeed. And unfortunately for 1620, that is not what they want to be happening. They need to something some more utility to this spot. I mean, well, I say that. A grenade has already been dedicated to it, and they are still yet to clear Dirty out of his position. But as I say that, the shield will finally fall. And Drippin actually gets away. So 1620 making some mistakes, but looking to rectify those. Indeed, they will. They find the trade. They've used all the utility they needed to get the kill, and they will find it. So setting themselves up pretty well here. They hold an advantage. They're getting open the main wall. They've got attic control. Now it all comes down to the execute and actually getting onto the side unscathed.
Right side in that laundry angle up towards Armory Stairs. Goon for the kill on to Test as KJ drops into pit. He's got a great position to maybe cut through the site. They don't know he's this deep right now. And with time the way it is, he's got to make some sort of play to enable his team's push. The ping's coming through, so it has been communicated. Lonely in a bit of trouble. Bryce on the flank from the Armory Stairs might just upset this a little bit. No! Jeff up through the hatch meets his demise at the hands of Dirty. Looking for a pinch. KJ will trade him back. Looking for more. It's going to be big. Machine on the plant with no one to cover. Skib almost had his opening. And it will be down. The health bar's low enough that Skiv could go to work with his big shotgun, but not to be with Machine swinging and finding kills like that. 1620 Kings make it look good.
Yeah, Machine especially. I mean, we've talked about him on multiple occasions, week in, week out. Azami in the hands of Machine. I mean, to see that on the defense. An insane fragger. One that, you know, I've seen through a couple of years coming up. To see him playing at this level, as well as he does each week, is very rewarding in itself. But 1620 definitely happy with how he shows up on game day as well. A 1-for-1 so far. 1620 maybe not as dominant as they would have maybe liked to have been in the first round, but the second round definitely theirs without a question. So going forward, they make a couple changes. Chef finally gets that all aforementioned buck out of the closet onto the playing field and is looking to do some damage.
Yeah, and if we know nothing else, we know that Jeff with the buck can do some damage. He's known for it, and he's honestly he's set a bit of a precedent with the buck in this competition. So I'm expecting some skeleton key plays, some big shots on. But right now, Altered Zelios are looking to answer back.
Indeed, but with the lineup that 1620 bring, I mean, this is the lineup that they look to do damage with. We've seen them play Oregon before. When Chef gets on the buck, you know it's getting serious. But they're going to have to be quicker with how they cleared things out as opposed to the last round. They already have the issue clearing Trippin's position. We saw it last round. He burnt so much time. So hopefully 1620 have learned from that. Obviously, with the buck in tow, you'd imagine that they might be looking to do some vertical underneath him, maybe to force him out. And indeed, they are. We see Chef just there on the observer view, starting to tear apart the floor. So hopefully that is going to be a little bit of a quicker approach for them this time.
I think just maybe they found the angle there, but Trippin looking through the vert and spots the elbow and gets a shot onto it of Jeff. They are heavily invested in trying to flush this position out. The Gemini just sitting there staring at him as the skeleton key does go to work. Trippin almost spots the knee. It's a game of joints. He does spot Jeff and gets the kill for it. Jeff biting off far more than he can chew.
The fact that the Jaeger is still alive, not for very long when Machine's on the case, and definitely a fight that he would not have won. Even on a good day, unfortunately, the angle that Machine was holding. But regardless, the damage has been done. Half the round has been used, and that is arguably better than finding the kill onto the buck for Altered Zelios compared to the time that they have wasted. And in a game like Siege, where time is key, I mean, a minute can be a lot or a little amount of time depending on how much they have control of. So when you look at how much they have set up, they don't really have too much, but they start to open the wall. They are still looking for attic control. as they do begin to sort of push on through, looking for the execute things. Probably going to be a little bit difficult here, especially not having Chef for that extra pressure, as well as the flashbangs that he brought to the party.
I mean, it's a 4 versus 4. It's still manageable for both teams heading to the final 40. Make that a 4 versus 3 as Rice will fall once again, unfortunately. Play disadvantage. Could bite Altered Zelios if they're not careful. They have to play the numbers game almost perfectly right now. And a shot like that, followed up by one from Dirty, is exactly what they were looking for. Lonely and Tester now have the task of overcoming the odds. Tester in the walk-in wardrobe. Has the diffuser. There is an opportunity potentially go for that plant, but with Skiv skirting his way towards bottom white for the flank. Looking for a pinch, looking to support the rest of the team, but no, backs against the wall. The walk-in Goon finds one, but traded out and will be traded once again. Dirty. Dragging his team, kicking and screaming round after round.
Indeed he is. Indeed he is. I mean, we saw the warm-up. It's definitely translating over to the game right now. Altered Zelios, a good round for them, and arguably that is off the back of the time wasted by the Roamers. Again, at the start of the round, 16-20 last time, able to sort of make a play towards the end side, but other than that, they couldn't really make it happen. I think losing Chef was a little bit of an accident. You sort of look at how it played out. Machine was there for the trade, yes, but I mean, 1 minute and 40 seconds, Panda, it took. 2 stuns, an impact from the Zofia, and a grenade from Machine, as well as whatever Chef dedicated to the voyage. And Trippin survived it all, even finding a kill. So, 16-20, unfortunately for them, that's probably what was the undoing in that round. They're going to have to tighten up the clears, but other than that, everything else was really, really good up until the last few seconds. And Altered Zelios just sort of won on the mechanical side of things. They won the checks and made it happen. So, albeit early days, it's only round 4, 16-20, still plenty of opportunities to come back from that.
Yeah, I mean, not still, again, at one point was the most even map in the competitive pool, Oregon, at a 50-50 win rate. Now it's skewed that little bit back towards the defense, so Altered Zelios should have the comfortable time here in the first half. They should be able to rack up a decent round count, but 16-20 Kings, Jeff has been vocal about how much work they've put into their attacks.
Indeed they have, and it does show. It does show, unfortunately for the first, well, that round at least, it was maybe not quite as they'd practiced, but then again, AZ, they live in the chaos. They live for the chaos. We've said it pretty much every week we've seen them play Panda. They thrive in it, and they bring just that. Albeit, this week definitely seems a little bit more collected and strategical from them, which is, I'm going to have to say, very refreshing.
Well, unfortunately, Dirty has disconnected. And at this stage in the round, they're just going to have to carry on and play things out in the 4 versus 5. Unfortunately, but maybe a little bit of PTSD coming through for Altered Zelios after what happened with Ben. But look, right now, it's something they're just going to have to manage and work through, of course. Play for their gun skill. Play for the utility, and just work with what they have.
Yeah, especially when, you know, you lose Dirty. As you said, he's been dragging the team, kicking and screaming through these last couple of rounds. Pretty much single-handedly being the undoing of so many of these pushes from 16-20, but they hold a lot of control this time. They've got 5 strong. They've technically, quote-unquote, got an early frag to work with. And they still have Chef on the buck with a skeleton key in hand. He can just send it, run down the stairs, and find 3 if he's allowed. So, 16-20, holding the control they do. There you go. There's the first. And it could happen.
Skeleton key. Just as good as the C8 in close quarters. Machine with the Gemini, though, is getting huge information. Not just setup, but utility as well. Positions, angles. Fed through, going to the final 25. That player deficit even more significant. The drop down through E-Box. Jeff going to pop that wall in just a moment. No, Machine finds the opening onto Rice from Boiler. It's Trippin. And, well, Trippin alone now takes out Lonely to avoid the flawless. Spots the cutoff, but will go down. And unfortunately, off the back of the disconnect, they lose the round. The pause to come through, as we will try and get Dirty back in, of course. But we're equal at 2-2 and heading into the fifth.
I did say it. Chef was good for 3, albeit it was only the 2, but still, Skeleton Key go burr, and he found a couple in consolidation for his previous round. So that was more of the 16-20 I think we maybe expected coming into this in terms of the attacking side. Very clear, very concise. They knew what they were doing. They found those early kills. When it came down to the execute side of things, they were clinical, concise. They had all of the control relevant, and then they collapsed simultaneously onto the site, made it happen. Chef even got to go a little bit ham with the shotgun, and everything was hunky-dory, thanks for coming. Round was theirs. They equalized once more. Unfortunately for Altered Zelios, yes, they lose Dirty, but that is a big player on their roster, or at least has been in this matchup. So that definitely would have had to hurt. Either way, I think 16-20 would have made that work, but still, the hope for Altered Zelios, definitely a little bit harder losing Dirty in that situation, unfortunately. But he's back, or he's going to be back, so hopefully going forward, they can look to rectify that issue. Maybe go back downstairs, give it another go with Dirty on the board again, and make it happen.
Well, we can hear the game sound, so I think we are just, heading back into it. All the players have rejoined basement, reattempt to come through with the full roster, of course. But, I mean, you got to think back to last week. Tech issues. That's the last thing you want to battle with.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw how upset some certain members of AZ got after that one. But rest in peace, Ben's PC. It will be missed. But still, Panda, they are looking really, really good today. And they have been performing really, really well so far in this matchup. They can keep this up. They might be able to do some damage here to 16-20, maybe even walk away with a win. I mean, a 7-5 to Altered Zelios, if they keep playing the way they have been, I could definitely see being a future that we may be experiencing very, very soon.
Trippin hunting for these drones right now. Doesn't want to feed the info. Knows full well what it could cost them. There's a lot of investment up on the second floor, of course. That deep roam that you can achieve on a map like Oregon. You want to be able to upset the play where you can. And a lot of that does come down to meeting the attackers as they enter the building, not giving them time to get set up and find a foothold.
Yeah, 16-20 definitely a little bit more passive this time. They've got a whole lot more drones, but Chef trying to hit him with the old one too. Skeleton Keys. The wall has the information, but a little bit too long range for the Skeleton Key to have any effect. And unfortunately, they are going to lose their soft breach, which is a big loss. But the trade from Machine is there, retraded by Goon. So 16-20. I said passive, but maybe it turned out to be a little bit too aggressive on the latter side of it.
Oh boy. Lonely with the... Oh, okay. Candela deep. Finds the kill, but traded back immediately by Trippin. So if nothing else, they've got that to play for. Ying off the board as well. A decent pick to boot. 1 EED remaining. A bunch of utility, but too many angles now to cover. KJ in trouble. Trippin might just have the flank here onto Tester, who takes down Dirty. To the 2 versus 2, doable. Yeah, and there we go. Swings out, gets the down, Skiv to finish it off. KJ heading towards Tarps. I mean, this should be an Altered Zelios round. Barring some miracle, which, I mean, given his health, I think that's a pretty long shot.
Definitely, I think a long shot, especially with smoke on the board. The beeper to give his position away. He's got 2 nades to make a play with, but he's going to walk into this crossfire here. He's not even going to get one. Skiv's going to walk away with a kill at the end of the day. And Altered Zelios, they find another 16-20 at the moment. Making a couple of mistakes. I mean, a little bit of miscoordination there with the line scans to stop the roamers moving around with the Candelas. A lack of droning. I mean, losing Chef definitely hurt. I say lack of droning. There was drones there, but no support. Or at least the support that was there wasn't close by in terms of the attic control that we did see gain, but then very subsequently lost. For 1620, unfortunately, things like that happen, but on a map that is very, very slightly favoring the defense, it's more of a 50-50, but at the end of the day, it is slightly tipping towards that defensive side. Altered Zelios have made very good ground in what we've seen from them so far to secure 3 rounds on the defensive side. So if they can find a 4-2, great. Go on with more rounds under your belt's always nice. But for 16-20, a 3-3 on attack, especially when you go on to the defense, is definitely not a bad way to start off.
10 seconds remaining. Discover the location of a bomb.
I'm going to say this, and look, I may get called out on Twitter or
Panda
whatever,
controversial
or
moment
on
incoming.
Twitch chat.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
It feels like this is the most serious we have seen Altered Zelios ever. And look, it's not like they haven't showed up and played a good game in the past, but this feels like the most invested I have ever seen Altered Zelios in hunting for a win. And I don't know if it's because Banana's not here or what influence he has over the game, but they are full, 4-hour at the gym session sweating right now.
Hey, as I said though, it is refreshing. But that's one way to get rid of the position inside of Armory. Jaeger dealt with very quickly by Lonely, and 1620 have, I guess, figured out the issue and dealt with the issue. But sort of to build off what you've said, Altered Zelios, yes, they're a team that thrives on the chaos, but the strategy side of things, having a concise plan and a strategy is definitely something that they are very good at. And we have seen it, here and there from them sprinkled throughout the chaos. While yes, the chaos works and is very, very good for their style of play, what we're seeing from them right now, currently, is insane. But it highlights as to how good this roster is. On the side of memes, yes, but on the side of dreams, they get the job done as well. So it is hats off. It is very impressive right now from both sides.
Tester on that door. Oh, what a trade. What a kill for Rice to find in this round. Unfortunately, a bit of a quiet one for him so far, but him taking Machine out of the equation is colossal for his second kill so far. Machine, one of the standout players for the 1620 Kings team. Right now, Rice on the flank has audio cues to work with. KJ knows that he is likely to be threatened. Drone to the left. KJ decides to accelerate his plans, gets in with Chef onto that attic position. Right now, this could still be undone, especially with Skiv playing this shotgun like that.
My, but Chef, the skeleton key, deals some good shotgun damage back, and we come into the last 30. Rice still on this flank, could go huge for his team, but it's Skiv to open the door. Chef to fall, the Nitro connects, and very quickly, Altered Zelios have the lead once more in a 2 versus 3. 1620 are going to have to go huge, but Goon there, not going to make that any easier as he takes down KJ, and Lonely, now the last alive, definitely feeling it at the moment. In a 1 versus 3, 15 seconds remain. He does have the LMG, 150 bullets to play with, but he's not even going to get one. Mute to close out the round, and Altered Zelios find a 4-2 half.
Yeah, Altered Zelios bringing their A game today. Goonbag, put a shirt on, mate. Oh, and there you go. Soy, she's back on cams. She's, look, everyone, Goof gave the shout out to Japers Misses, Sharon being there, supporting the boys. Oranges at halftime. That's got to be Soy for Altered Zelios at the moment. Now that what's her name, KT's gone.
That's a Crips walking T, but either or. It could be the buff that Altered Zelios have been waiting for, Panda. Strategical coordinator, we could give the title of, but either or, whatever was in the water that Altered Zelios had before this, it is definitely paying dividends. A 4-2 lead right now, 16-20. I mean, yeah, they've locked in third. That's all good at the end of the day, but for Altadelios, there is a lot on the line still. And they're definitely fighting to avoid one of those bottom 2 spots right now. Fighting hard.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, look. Could be worse. Could be Carlton FC right now.
Shit.
But Altadelios, I mean, this is the prime time. This is their exact moment. They need to hit the afterburners, so to speak, on the attack. They need to ramp it up from here, close this map out, and avoid that bottom spot on the leaderboard. Although I suppose, if nothing else, unlike Carlton, they make top 8.
Yeah, but in saying that, 16-20 on the defense, starting things off well. Machine to find the opener, and we talk about strategy. And while yes, Altadelios did bring strategy on their defensive side, 16-20 arguably having a little bit more of an interesting setup in terms of the diversity of the roam. They've got a multitude of positions that we didn't see from AZ. We did see a very similar style, but still, this is more of a SSG of old, if we will, Panda. And Altadelios definitely seem a little bit hung up on it right now.
I don't know. SSG of new, not too bad either, but
yeah, true.
Shots like that from Tester are going to make it very, very hard. Goonbag down as well. Very hesitant push so far from Altadelios. Even though they are making good ground, it's not with confidence.
No, especially when Tester's allowed to continue finding kills like that on the top floor, and Chef finds Skiv as well. I mean, the damage keeps coming, and Dirty is the last alive at a desperate hope, but Chef with the shotgun, he's going for a walk. He finds another one with the boomstick from long range, and well, I mean, do we see the Jets turn around here for 16-20 on the defense? I mean, defensively speaking, they are a pretty insane team. So Altadelios are definitely going to have to be careful going forward into this, because if they let 16-20 build up too much of momentum, things, well, they're going to be interesting.
I think it was always going to be a bit of an uphill battle once 16-20 Kings hit the defense. I mean, as much as, you know, they have talked about them working on their attack, they are still an incredibly capable defensive team. I mean, you just have to look no further than old Chef Jeff himself. You put a shotgun in hand, he's going to make it work for the team. Unfortunately, this round, it's lonely with the M590, but I mean, I suppose secondary shotgun works just as well.
10 seconds left.
Indeed, he does. I mean, Panda, it's shaping up. It's shaping up to be another possible extended sort of match here. I mean, we saw maximum overtime from the Dynasty game in game number 1. Game number 2 went all the way to a 7-5, sorry. And here we are, 3-4 in. AZ still hold the lead, but 16-20 now on the defense. I mean, we could be looking at another possible overtime here, dependent on how Altadelios go on their attack.
I mean, that one round buffer, I suppose you Skip. He's struggling. He's struggling a wee bit. It's been a while since he played as a part of this roster. He's been a sub for a wee while now, but look, he got there in the end. That's the main thing.
He did. He did. And you'd love to see it. But either or, so far strategy for AZ, opening up everything required. They've got good control. They're making it work. But the position that KJ is currently in, we've talked a multitude of times, it is one of the hardest to clear, especially when you pair it with the army of machine. And it's something that we've seen 16-20 Kings iterate every single time we've seen them play Oregon. So you'd hope coming into this that AZ have done their homework and have a strategy to clear it out, because if they don't, KJ, well, he's probably going to go to town.
I would imagine so. I would imagine so right now. A lot of familiarity in the lineup that we see so far. Machine struggling a little bit with the drone, but what he doesn't struggle with is the frags, of course. Holds one of the many tier 2 records in the region for kills. Trippin just going to pop the hatch very quickly, very accelerated, knowing full well that Machine was there. And is, well, as good as Machine is at fragging, unfortunately, he needs to see the target first.
KJ smoked off by his own teammate. Definitely not helping the issue here. And this is where the Wamai really comes into his own, especially due to the fact that he's been able to build up those magnets for the entirety of the round. He will survive and get out. So again, once more, homage to the position that he plays and how well he does it. But 16-20 have 4 on site with 30 seconds remaining, and Ultra Zelios need to get a plant down. Can they do it, Panda?
A lot of chip damage. The player advantage there for Altered Zelios, but the time not ideal in this situation. They haven't given themselves much breathing room whatsoever. In fact, it's looking like it's going to be about 15 seconds in total. The push has to come. Tester from range, hitting shots like that. It looks bleak. It looks very bleak. Rice on the plant. The cover there from Goon for 2. Tester goes to the pre-fires, but the defuser will go down. As Lolly brings it back to the 2 versus 2 in the post plant right now. I'm tripping. White stairs. Needs to hold the cross. Cannot allow anyone to rotate in near that diffuser because, well, we've seen the long arm already, but the shotgun not good enough. Tester from below. The rotate through successful. And Rice has to clutch up here to keep the lead for the team right now. He is just going to tuck himself in and wait, knowing exactly where the diffuser is because he put it down, and Tester, no real time to commit. If he pulls off it, the team's done. He's, nah, there it is. Altered Zelios are going to get themselves a 5th, and Rice gets the closing kill regardless. Proto, the lead back out to 2.
There you go. Altered Zelios. A very solid post plant. The execute a little bit on the sketch side, but that's just because 16-20, well, they're 16-20, they're insane, but either or, the Kings are going to call a timeout, and arguably probably needed. Well, there you go. There you go. Definitely needed, I think. They're getting a pep talk right now, and
honestly, Goonbag has to be one of the most vocal players from the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe not the best of choices sometimes, but regardless, he makes it work. And so, yeah, very needed though. 16-20, maybe not feeling it as much as they usually do tonight. They've locked in 3rd. They don't really have to play for too much. I mean, it is definitely Altered Zelios' game to lose, Panda, if we had to say anything, because they are still fighting to avoid relegation, whereas 16-20 are definitely way away from that. They don't have any moment. So that could be maybe an issue, but at the same time, mentality-wise, I don't think anything is sort of really an issue. I mean, we've seen these teams play week in, week out. Even when they're staring down the barrel of a 5-1, you know, they play their hardest. So I'd imagine we'll see that continued, and 16-20 still have plenty of fight left to give.
I'm just trying to think. Obviously, OCS just around the corner. Seeding is in reverse order, of course. 1st versus 8th of the opposite competition between OCN and OCL. So 16-20 Kings locked in for 3rd. Their opponents would be the Hungry Lions, I believe. Which could be a bit rough, given how good Hungry Lions have looked this stage of the Oceanic Nationals. Altered Zelios, though. I mean, what? Best they could hope for is 7th, which would mean wild card, if I'm correct.
That's a little bit of a mismatch, I think, Panda, at the end of the day. But with information like this, if they can look to find as many places as they can, wild card might be the least of their worries. If they can't lock down the dub here against 16-20. They're 1 away from match point.
Well, I mean, if they lose, they're versing the Knights in the first round. So
yeah, look, they probably don't want that. But either or, regardless of outcome, Altered Zelios right now are looking phenomenal in this matchup.
Oh, dear. Dirty going to work with the Maverick, looking to set up some angles. Is Rice gonna peek the Maverick holes with the Gemini? Yeah, that was the game plan there. All right, okay, I rate it. Interesting use of utility. The drone gonna spot Jeff in this position down in meeting. A spray through the wall would be enough to finish him off. But they get to work setting up those angles to push into these execute positions before the halfway mark of the round, which, I mean, look, it's still decent pacing.
Yeah, it is. And Alter Zelios with pacing like this, if they can keep that up. I mean, you pair that with a kill that they find elsewhere, this will be single-handedly their round to win. I mean, provided the Habana had maybe found a kill there, that would have opened the door very well for AZ. But again, KJ still in this power position in the bottom of pit. He holds a lot of control. And as he starts to get cleared out, the smokes come to cover. And he's going to have to fall momentarily as his shield falls. But, I mean, he looks to stay for an extended period here, an extended stint in the pit side of things. Maybe looking for that opening of the door for 1620. But with the control that AZ have and everything available to them, things for 1620 are going to look difficult. But with Tester, I mean, that definitely helps.
Oh, big shots from KJ, shutting down this attic push. Rice in a lot of trouble, so is Skiv.
Oh.
Round 9, not at all going AZ's way right now. KJ holding firm in pit, holds it for a third as well from the master bedroom. And Trippin alone versus 4 very healthy members of 1620 Kings and Jeff, of course. Banshee will give away the game. The swing, he takes big damage. Oh, Machine, you are not Canadian. You cannot hold white stairs on the ground.
Hey, last time that happened, it didn't go very well. Let's be honest. But Chef does clean it up. And I think Goon was right. 1620 after the tack pause. Definitely coming back to do some damage. So maybe, just maybe, Karma is coming into effect here. If you're Alter Zelios, you'd hope not. But
no, Karma's not coming into effect. He's already played.
Well, no, yeah, sorry. Karma's already played tonight. My bad. But either or, Alter Zelios still hold a lead of 1. 1620 need one more round to equalize, and then subsequently 2 to take the lead once more. That's provided they can continue the streak that they just found themselves in. On Downstairs Oregon, that's a very, very achievable feat.
Now, obviously keeping in mind the prospects of what could be in the final leaderboard and avoiding relegations and all that. Alter Zelios need 2 to tie with Altered Edge, which I believe would be enough if I... No, it wouldn't. That's right. The forfeit victory. So, Alter Zelios needs the full regulation win to avoid last place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's a big feat. A big feat for them to achieve. I mean, what? You've currently got 7th? Question mark? Going up against 3rd. It's a big leap.
8th, technically.
8th, sorry, yeah. 8th, technically, going up against 3rd right now, which is a big leap for them. But they are insane at the moment. So, and I also think they might be setting up for a possible blue rush / quick clear of the shield here, Panda, with 4 players sort of right next to the door.
Dirty, he's going to pop it. Rice, the concussion's going deep, but Toxic Canister answer happens immediately. So Lonely is still there for the moment. Gemini popped, will go in hunting for info and reveal that the location is there. Trippin'. First kill out, the Nook. It was all a bait and switch. Draw attention over towards Tarps as Trippin goes to work. Jeff going to try his hand at it now. There is a drone, will be cleared out, and Jeff relocates himself back towards Kitchen. But the first pick gets a start.
Indeed it is. And I mean, looking at how things have panned out so far for 1620, they've lost Tester, who has been doing a lot of the damage for them, so they do still hold some good positions on this roam, but as they lose KJ inside of Blue, or E-Box respectively, things looking as good as maybe they could be here for 1620.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big loss too. KJ having a very good game One of the best he's had this season. Jeff going down to Trip and finally finished off. Machine as well, taking some punishment. Full 5 stack of Altered Zelios, still looking pretty. Full health bars between them. Only 4 drones though, so limited info. Trippin coming down Laundry. Almost connects onto Machine. Skiv no longer flawless. Trippin in trouble as well. Machine could be the difference maker here this round. No, never mind, he's dead. Okay, I immediately cursed him and Rice found 2.
Yeah, no difference is made there by Machine, unfortunately. I mean, one for the road, but no more.
Jeff got wheels. Yeah, he moved. He was moving. I think he covered so much distance that round.
He went through 4 different rooms.
Oh, that's only what we saw. He still...
Yeah, true.
I mean, he was fighting. I think he even ended up going all the way back through meeting because he died towards connector because Trippin was at the main double.
At the main double, yeah. Who had also rotated across the fronts, the entire of the fronts towards the main double from garage. So yeah, I mean, either way.
Quickest 50-meter dash.
50 yards insane. Someone get this guy an NFL contract, but... Chef. Green Bay Packers, albeit. Altered Zelios, fine match point, Panda. It is now 2 rounds for 16-20, unanswered by AZ to go to overtime. And even in saying that, I mean, Altered Zelios are looking like they're going to walk away with a dub here unless 16-20 do something pretty drastic because... Yeah, I'm not too sure. We haven't had the most concise version of 16-20 tonight in these matchups. And I mean, as was highlighted at the start of the show, the only 2 teams that 16-20 have lost to are the 2 teams above them on the leaderboard. Circular Spheres and Get a Grip. So, for them, this will be a pretty big loss in terms of their sort of track record.
All Altered Edge needed was an overtime loss. And they missed it
by that much.
By a single round. If Altered Zelios win here, or here or the next, they avoid bottom of the leaderboard. Altered Edge back down to 8th, where they spent, what, the first 5 weeks of competition.
Majority of competition.
What a turnaround.
Yeah, insane turnaround. It would be such a shame to see AE end it there as well, given that they did really well in the last couple of weeks to actually get off the bottom of the leaderboard. But arguably, let's be honest, if Altered Zelios are fighting this hard for their spot, they deserve it. And 16-20, while they put up a good fight so far, still have a lot to do in terms of damage. They need 2 rounds. And with the setups they've got so far, they've wasted a good amount of time. I mean, half the round, pretty much almost gone. And a good amount of damage now onto the Hibana.
Start you're looking for onto Goon with no Finker in play. Unfortunately, he's stuck there for the rest of the round. Dirty on this Jackal hunting. Will force Tester already to retreat back towards security and probably back down into the basement itself. We might even see that full recall back onto the site. But I mean, look at it. 2 drones remaining here for Altered Zelios. They have limited information here. In the 11th round, KJ looking for whatever he can find. There is so much still to be done and tested with the first onto Trippin. That's the start you're looking for. Machine follows it up with just another one. This is where things get dicey. We're going to go full regulation, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, provided 16-20 don't fumble the bag here, they have great footing to find the remainder of these kills. I mean, you've still got Chef on the roam holding this first floor position as well. So Altered Zelios are going to have to either clear him out, circumvent him, or find 8 in the next 40 seconds. Because right now, it is definitely a sweat fest. But there you go. They're going to clear him out. And it's a 3 versus 4. They look to go to... There's still plenty of time to work with.
KJ hit with the full white screen. Skiv, unfortunately, cannot best lonely in that elbow position. So 2 versus 4 now, and they know where the majority of this push is going to be coming from. 1 primed above E-Box. The drop down. Missed opportunity there with the LMG. Unfortunately, Lonely isn't going to let it slip. The complete shutdown. The push. Basement secured by the 16-20 Kings. We go full regulation here, Proto. 6-5, 1 more to either go to overtime and give Altered Edge that breath of life, Altazelios 1 round to keep that hope alive and avoid relegations.
Imagine this is how they do it, Panda. It's come down to the wire. I mean, this is, again, as close as it gets. We saw CS in the same position against AE, which not what we expected at all. And if we're looking at it and we're being honest, I definitely think 16-20 were the favorite coming into this. But coming out the end of it, Altazelios have pleasantly surprised us with a level of strategy that, as you said, I don't think we've seen up until this point. And even in saying that, if this is what they're capable of and this is what they're bringing, I'm hoping we see it in future iterations from them in play, but either or. We will see if they live to fight another day or if it all ends with 16-20 taking it to overtime.
We will have to see. Of course, why wouldn't it? Last map of the stage, and it is going to go the distance here. Maximum regulation at the very least, if not overtime to boot. Altazelios fighting to avoid Relos and the stand. This is it right here.
It's going to have to be, because if they don't, overtime is going to be, well, unfortunate. Can they still do it on overtime, avoiding...
No,
bottom,
overtime they can't.
No, they can't. Regulation, it has to be. So this is it. It all rides on this round. They've got the lineup to do it, but the question is, can they make it happen? Can they turn the dream into reality and avoid that relegation?
Well, they can't afford to drop it here. This needs to be the round of all rounds for them to stage. Dorm's attack. Skiv already going to work with the Flores drones. Dirty starting to open up into attic. Playing a little bit of drone parkour. Skiv may have cooked that one there a little bit. Yeah. Just the sheer frustration as it does not go in through the window. They wanted Machine. Eats the Claymore from Rice. And no more Izami. No more Machine for the rest of the round. Oh god, it's Jeff's turn.
Chef's like, hey, my turn. Mum said it's my turn on the run out. And while ultimately there was nothing there for him to collect, the Altazelios with the opening kill set themselves up well. They've got the pick. They have good control. They've got attic open. KJ's position has been relatively nullified. With the Flores in play, they're looking to try and clear out some more of the utility he holds. But still, in this position, Panda, he has so much control still under his name, holding that pit. I mean, if they can get rid of him, Altazelios will have a good time getting onto the site. But I mean, they still have 5 strong and plenty of util to make it happen. Coming into the last minute, it all comes down to this.
Dirty bank in the A, looking to clear out these shields. KJ does take some of that damage. KJ will find Skiv, but traded back by Rice. This could be the opening that they needed. Popping the utility, they know where 2 are. 2 in play, lonely on the ground. Tester gets aggro, but shut down. It's all on to Jeff. Altazelios might hold on to their OCL dreams. Jeff on the flank from Armory. The plant was going down, but relocated by Dirty. Jeff was on the drone, shut down. AZ hold fast and will avoid bottom of the table, surpassing AE by 1.
There you have it. Arguably one of the most well-deserved wins so far in this stage. An insane performance from the boys. And I mean, what a way to end it out. They have done so well with a 7-5 over 16-20. And I mean, what a victory. They avoid relegations. Hats off. Congrats, gentlemen. Very well done.
Yeah, well and truly deserved. Cthulhu has been sitting in the wings. He comes back. And what a match to end Oceanic Challenger League 2022. AZ with the performance of their entire tournament.
Absolutely so. Yeah, look, getting themselves out of the relegation bracket as well does feel quite nice as well, kind of a cherry on top of the whole cake. But look, yeah, it was definitely a very interesting matchup where it kind of started off in a very, in a very serious way, but then slowly but surely kind of divulged into a couple of shenanigans with Chef Jeff pulling the marathon runs and whatnot.
I mean, Proto, look, it was hard fought until the absolute bitter end. They knew that they were fighting for their lives in this competition. I mean, you wonder maybe 1620 Kings come into this a little bit underprepared, locked in for third. They think we're all good, we don't need to worry.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it definitely could be something focused towards maybe getting ready for OCS, other things coming up. That could be sort of more of a focus for them, bigger things on their plate maybe. At the end of the day, regardless, they lock in third. So that is an insane feat from them. Top 3 is always something to brag about at the end of the day, but Ultra Delio's definitely, as I said, deserved win. Avoiding relegations, you'll have to see it.
Well, look, we got something filthy here for you to close out the stage. Of course, we're going to get down and dirty with our interview from Altered Zalios. It's been a long time since we had a chat to someone from the AEZ crew. Dirty, well done. Congratulations, a big win. Hi to Soy there in the background as well. Always love to see her. Unfortunately, the nature of us also casting WL, we know who she is. But look, congratulations. You guys haven't had a win since week 2. You come in, you keep the hopes alive by avoiding relegations. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's good, man. It's good to get a dub, I guess. And yeah, we've definitely had a rough few weeks just with technical difficulties and stuff. So yeah, it's good to get a dub.
Yeah, look, I mean, going into now the conclusion of this stage, you guys managed to, I believe, avoid the relegation as well. What's kind of the next steps for AZ and for you guys?
Well, it just depends, man. Like, a lot of our players are like super busy with like uni and stuff. So, but like me and Goon are like really keen on like organizing a roster that can actually play and stuff. Just because like more so because I need it, man. Like these guys have been carrying me this whole season because I literally have like 300 hours in the game, and they've had to teach me pretty much everything from like the ground up. But I'm keen to like just actually play in a team that can like actually prac. Like we can't really prac at the moment. Like we play a max of like 1 scrim a week, and yeah, so that's hopefully the plan going forward. Yeah.
And coming into tonight, obviously, there was a bit more structure than the chaos that we're used to. Was that sort of the idea coming into it? Obviously, you guys made some changes coming into 1620. How much work went into the dub tonight?
I mean, not a lot more, man. I guess we scrimmed like once last week, which is once more than normal. But no, we just actually said to ourselves, like, oh, let's actually get the win. Like, apparently they're like these guys kryptonite or something, and they wanted to win. So we actually just, I don't know, we just sort of sat down and went like, oh, let's just focus on our comms and like actually try to win rather than just kind of running around. So yeah, it made a big difference, I guess.
Hey, look, it hasn't been the longest of run that you've been here in the Challenger League, but we've enjoyed having you, Dirty. You put on a hell of a show tonight with the crew. The floor is yours. Anyone you'd like to shout out?
Just the boys, you know. Love them to death, yeah. But no, that's it.
Awesome. Short, sweet, to the point. We'll let you head off. We'll see you later on, of course, potentially for some more OCS shenanigans. We'll catch you later, mate. But
Awesome. Thank
gentlemen, it's been a hell of a year. That is it. It's bizarre to say it. Oceanic Challenger League for 2022 is done. Around the corner, though, we still have that hopeful, that chance for the home teams to show up. OCS coming up shortly. But, I mean, look, Cthulhu, it's been an interesting run. You see some great storylines come to fruition. It's been a great Challenger League.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, the only thing that I'm kind of sad is that, well, that's kind of the conclusion, at least for now, for the Challenger League. But suppose the better approach would be, don't be sad that it ended, be happy about that you got to be part of it. And I'm happy that I got to see all of these storylines evolve. I'm glad to see that I got to be part of all of those kind of improvements on the number of players. I got to see some good memes as well throughout both of these stages. So honestly, it's been a banger, and definitely one to remember.
Proto, look, it was a short stint with us as well, but you definitely proved that you belong here, working the desk and on the cast as well. I mean, what are your sort of takeaways from Oceanic Challenge League Stage 2?
I'm going to be honest, for a first stage, first of all, thank you for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. But, I mean, what a stage to come into. I sort of came in halfway through a bunch of these storylines, but the way that they concluded, I definitely think was deserving. A lot of the teams have put in a monumentous amount of work throughout the year, and it shows. It does every week. I mean, sometimes it doesn't feel like it, maybe on the team side of things, but we notice it week in, week out. So first of all, congratulations to everyone. Regardless of the place that you ended in, you guys did insane, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. It's been great.
Well, let's round things out, of course. Let's have a look at how the final Playday went. Our results for tonight. 4 games, well, 3 only played. 8-7 to start the evening off, and then 2 maximum regulation matches, culminating in Altered Zalios avoiding 8th place and relegations. Of course, we had the forfeit win, Nutty Gaming picking up the 7-0 over the big dogs. And with that, I mean, look, 4 matches that could have been huge, 3 that definitely were Cthulhu. All of them really did deliver.
Absolutely, yeah. Today was an absolute pleasure set of matches. I mean, the Dynasty versus Get a Grip was a phenomenal one to watch, phenomenal one to cast. The same could be said really about all of these matches, even the Altered Edge one. Look, I gotta give them props. The improvements that they have gone through has been rather phenomenal. And I mean, the cherry on top as well, being there for their first, for the first dub, and seeing the whole faulty for core kind of being diverted into a full-blown, big storyline. Definitely has been, a pleasant adventure. Yeah, the Altered Zalios versus 1620 Kings was, it was definitely quite a show.
Well, let's have a look at the standings and see how they do end here in Stage 2, of course. 7 matches played across the board. Circular Spheres take it with 19 points by the end, only dropping a single map, and it was in OT as well. Get a Grip second, 1620 Kings third, Dynasty fourth, Big Dogs in fifth, Altered Zalios sixth, Nutty Gaming seventh, and Altered Edge, unfortunately, back down in last place where they started the season off. But it doesn't feel like an accurate representation of the season that Nutty Gaming and Altered Edge have had, Proto.
No, it definitely doesn't. I mean, being the 2 teams that came out of the qualifiers from the week number 1, they had an insane showing. They've done really well. They have progressed as teams so much. I mean, NTE and Altered Edge respectively have definitely shown that they have what it takes to tussle with the big boys, the big dogs, if you will. But, I mean, unfortunately, they didn't make it off the bottom, but they've definitely walked away with some valuable experience regardless of placement. So, hats off to them for giving it a go, and maybe we see them make it back through relegations once more.
Well, speaking of valuable experience, this weekend, the Oceanic Championship Series, 16 teams from across the Nationals and Challenger League will be duking it out to see who is the top dog in the region. Of course, invaluable experience, not to mention a bit of prize money to boot. So make sure you're there to check it out. Of course, things kicking off this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited for it. Our first matches start at midday on day 1, that being the Saturday, of course, and then we kick off that grand finals on the second day at about 4 p.m. AST. Look, I'm super excited for it. We're going to be there. Of course we're going to be there. We wouldn't go to bed. We would not show up for the lads, of course. But, I mean, gentlemen, that's it. We're done. We're finished. The Challenger League is over for 2022. It feels odd saying it, but look, I don't know when we'll be back. I don't know what's happening. All I know is that we've had an absolute banger of a time. We're thankful that you guys were here. We're thankful for the players and everyone else behind the scenes. Good evening. Stay safe. We'll see you when we see you.
I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live above. You know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live when you're denied. Oh, baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.